Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah. 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 Look, me versus you and you know what they picking. Cheap and expensive, you know it's the difference. You know that it's hating, you know what it's giving. Hair, nails, photo, bear. I could survive in the coldest conditions. Hoes very low, they tone when they spin. Bitches is washed, soap in the dishes. I apply pressure like boa constrictors. One bitch, two bitch, old bitch, new bitch. None of y'all bitches not gon' do shit. I'm in Miami, I pull up on cruise ship. You in Miami for also room shit. When I step the stampede, put on neck, can't breathe. Lucky charm, Van Cleave, diamonds on. I see my eyes, link it up. I'm like, what in the fuck? If you scared, then just say that whole enough is enough. They was just in my DMs, ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call up diamond, bitch. No, if you link it up. I'm like, what in the fuck? If you scared, then just say that whole enough is enough. They was just in my DMs, ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call up diamond, bitch. No, if you fuck. I'm like, ooh, child, cool down, too hot, too wild, move clear, new style. How you fucking with me? Girl, give me one shot and I'm raising the glass. Give me 2 shots and I'm shaking this ass. Give me 3 shots and I'm ready to fuck. 5, 4 shots, I be ready to splash. To me, so I gotta pop it. I'm standing on business, I'm ready about it. Bitch, be talking, I be big in they pocket. Girl, tell me about it. I'm litty, I'm pretty, I'm running the city. I'm shitting on bitches in every department. This ass have you thick like peanut butter and bitches jelly about it. A lot of winning, a lot of scoring. Yeah. Cardi Bright, Cardi Jordan. Yeah. These bitches all losers. What they can't do is not important. Look, hey, I'm getting better and better. I do not see no competitors. You know the gang hit that pussy. Said it was regular dollar. Everybody can see me if that shit can see me with money. These bitches is bugging. You know these bitches is blind. No, I'm invincible. Bitch can see me at night. When I hop out with stampede, put on neck, can't breathe, lucky charm, Van Cleave, diamonds on, I see my eyes, link it up. I'm like, what in the fuck? If you scared, then just say that whole enough is enough. They was just in my DMs, ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call up diamond, bitch. No, if you link it up. I'm like, what in the fuck? If you scared, then just say that whole enough is enough. They was just in my DMs, ain't no trust in these sluts. I'm about to call up diamond, bitch. No, if you fuck. Let's go. These bitches be boring, corny. Hop out, new bag, new jury. Throwing that solo on my story. I'll make a photographer horny. I wake up to new hoes on my day. I be cute, so I post for a pic. No, they watching, I blow him a kiss. I be acting like hoes don't exist. Got a black truck that a rap nigga caught me. I pop out, make a hoe get inside it. I pop shit till a nigga gotta block me. And my toes white like Matthew McConaughey. You and start to the flow, she flowing. Ass through ass and strut keep throwing. Start writing up so the panties keep showing. Should I take off on these hoes? Keep good. H-E-A-D-Y heavy. I'm not toxic, I'm deadly. Hoes look a mess and be messy. I pop shit and pop ass on jet ski. Carita. They take my pic to the dock. Like, give me the shit that she got. Coming out lumpy. Hoes be chippity chop. I hop with the lemon and jump in the cully. Texting your man while I lay on my tummy. Ass and titties come out when it's sunny. Guess I'm a teacher since she wanna sub me. She did what, had no idea. Thought she was on the shelf IKEA. I'm stoked like that when I see her. Bitch, please, don't nobody wanna pay her. Cheap looking asshole, weak looking asshole. Great value, me looking asshole. Girl, these bitches be pussy. Delete every tweet looking asshole.
He don't wanna be saved, don't save him. That is not my nigga, don't claim him. About 20 missed calls, he faded. White boy wasted, chin is hate him. He don't wanna be kept, don't keep. He don't want the paper, then bitch don't keep. Ho, I don't get left, I'ma leave. Hoes love me like Justin B. In love with Glow. Never got the cookie, but got my name tatted. Killer work, don't know who he killed, I heard that main daddy. Never full, when it's time to eat, I be his main platter. NYC, New York Fashion Week, Tommy Hill, Jamie. Tell these hoes to stay giant, cause now one know they niggas safe. My niggas say he faithful, I still got a free hoe just in case. I can't lie, I used to sip so hard, but still my old way. 300, 65 days in the year, come play with me on none of them days. Fucking ass, freaking niggas, don't even wear no coins, don't know how to treat a lady. The fuck, I ought to smack your mouth. Pussy wet, good ass neck, that's me. So I talk how I want. save a nigga who bitch? Do I look like fucking Superwoman? He don't wanna be saved, don't save him. That is not my nigga, don't claim him. About 20 missed calls, he faded. White boy wasted, Channing Tatum. He don't wanna be kept, don't keep. He don't want the paper, then bitch don't keep. Ho, I don't get nothing. Real hot girl shit. Love me like Justin Bieber. B-A-D-D-E-S-T. Same hoes hating used to wanna be besties. You can get your wig turned like Effie. I don't need insurance cause a bitch can't break me. Brady. When I'm coming like Freddy, I'm mother. Hanging on my chicken show daddy. Cut that teeth. Bitch catch it. You look like a discount month on X. I'm the female titan. I'm stepping on bitches. I'm showing my titties. I tore up the city. A P.I.M.P. I be knowing these niggas. He run back to me cause you born the nigga. Fuck is a layover. I ain't waiting. I get the bag and I change destination. These niggas be crazy. I don't blame him. I'm a dog too. I don't wanna change him. He don't wanna be saved, don't save him. That is not my nigga, don't claim him. About 20 missed calls, he faded. White boy wasted, Channing Tatum. I don't wanna be saved, don't save me. You for everybody, nigga, don't claim me. Hate a nigga trying to tell me what to do. You ain't my daddy, I'm not your baby. He don't wanna be saved, don't save him. That is not my nigga, don't claim him. About 20 missed calls, he faded. White boy wasted, Channing Tatum. He don't wanna be kept, don't keep. He don't want the paper, then bitch don't keep. Ho, I don't get nothing, I'ma leave. Hoes love me like Justin Bieber. Go mad, go mad, go mad, go mad, go mad, go mad, go mad. Get him glow, 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 get him glow.
Go see, go who, go see, go who, go see, go who, get him see, go who, get him see, go who, go me, go me, go me,
Hey yo, look like I'm going for a swim. Dunked on him, now I'm swinging off the rim. Bitch ain't coming off the bench, while I'm coming off the court fully drenched. Here goes some haterade, get your thirst quenched. Style doing him in this bird very trench. These birds copy every word, every inch. But gang got the hammer and the wrench. I pull up in that $250,000 up the lot. Oh, now she tryna be friends like I forgot. Show off my diamonds like it's signed by the rock. Ain't pushing out his baby's telly by the rock. Hey yo, I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. I mean I been on, X-Men been on. He keep on dialing Nikki like the prince on. I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. Hey yo, I been on, Laura been crop. PlayStation drop the Benz off. Oh, I get it. They painted me out to be the bad guy. Well, it's the last time you wanna see a bad guy do the rap game like me. I went and caught the chopsticks, put it in my bun just to pop shit. I'm always in the top shit. Box seats, bitch, fuck the gossip. How many of them could've did it with finesse? Now everybody like she really is the best. You played checkers, couldn't beat me playing chess. Now I'm about to turn around and beat my chest. Bitch is King Kong, yes it's King Kong. Bitch is King Kong, this is King Kong. Chinese ink on, Siamese links on. Call me 2 Chainz, name go ding dong. Bitch is King Kong, yes I'm King Kong. This is King Kong, yes Miss King Kong. You're in my kingdom with my Tim's on.
how many championships?
Why 6 rings on? They need rappers like me. They need rappers like me. So they can get on their fucking keyboards and make me the bad guy, Chung Lee. Hey yo, I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. I mean I been on, X-Men been on. He keep on dialing Nikki like the prince on. I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. Hey yo, I been on, Laura been crop. PlayStation Lee, drop the Benz off.
I need a Mai Tai, the fucking sci-fi. Give me the password to
Hey yo, I been on, bitch you been con, Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. I mean I been on, X-Men been on. He keep on dialing Nikki like the prince on. I been on, bitch you been con, Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. Hey yo, I been off, Laura been caught, PlayStation Lee, drop the brim. It's King Kong, yes, it's King Kong. Bitch, it's King Kong, this is King Kong. Chinese ink on, Siamese links on. Call me 2 Chainz, name your ding dong. Bitch, it's King Kong, yes, I'm King Kong. This is King Kong, yes, Miss King Kong. In my kingdom, with my Timbs on. How many championships? What? 6 rings on.
Yes, 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 yes. Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. What's good with it? What's good with it? What's happening? What up, Davy? What's up, Purple Purple? What's happening? And hey, everybody on Twitter. So what's good? Oh yeah, and people that's looking down from the clouds, on YouTube and Facebook. So what's happening, people? What's happening? What's happening? I listen. Hey, that I know that's right. Purple Life, baby. And you know what? And I'm glad you said that because that is the perfect segue. I'm trying to remember everything to do because every time I set this up right, I forget to do something. So let me do my topic. Because these be some long ass lives. I don't like nobody to sit through nothing that they don't need to sit through. So I want to sit through. So I can take this disclaimer down for now. Put this topic up. Because I got patience. So you know how you hear people always speak about energy and negativity, and then the opposites of that, which would be I don't know what the opposite of energy would be, because the opposite of energy we would have to get into some type of scientific speak, and that's not the direction I'm going in. But I wanted to, like negativity and things of that nature, right? Oh, I don't never have everything set up when I start. Okay. Also, again, and I just want to recommend this interview again. That interview with Carlos King and Funky Dineva, aka Quentin Latham. See, Carlos King wasn't over there, but like, back in the day, I was over there on that side. I told you where Funky and Michelle straight from ATS, all them people, right? That that have gone on to do whatever, and Kaya still over there in her book dungeon, but she's already been out or what have you, so she's had some early notoriety early on in the game, right? But hey, Daniel, but I just have to recommend that interview because it's very rare that I sit through an entire interview. All right, and here's the thing: it's not only because I like both of the guys, but I don't I don't have a bunch of issues with with the guys. I do believe they have said that Funky has been
messy and things of that nature. I think sometimes he go overboard. He with trying to be funny, as he, as he said. And that's a lot of times. A lot of people do that. They trying so hard to be funny, they go overboard, and they definitely sometimes people don't read the room and just don't find that. Just like a lot of times people don't find that balance, that medium, hey, shit, you never know. All right, when a lot of times shit be too soon. You just got to learn how to read. And but yeah, I recommend that because he talks a lot about YouTube and integrity and why he left. So it is official. TGIF canceled after that shit blew up with Armand and and Al. Al used to be married to Star Jones, and then Claudia Jones. Claudia Jones was a model, and she used to be on The Price is Right. She was a Price is Right girl. Hey, open. But today's Sunday, my friend. I know that's right. Hey, open. But oh, get on my damn nerves. But anyway, so it just talks a lot about his start and things of that nature and all that. But anyway, so TGIF that was on Fox Soul has been canceled, child, for real. And for me to follow something, I like to follow stuff that I know it's going to have some type of either some type of impact or it's going to be some type of news either on the national level, the mid national, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. Because if not, you just end up following a whole bunch of shit, or I follow shit that I'm just interested in, that some people may not be interested in. But either way, I knew that it was gonna be something with that Fox News shit, with that boy Armand done uh read that man low key in a roast, disguised it in a roast on Al's birthday. But that shit kicked off. Them people canceled that little show. And if you want to know more about that interview, I posted it on my wall. Um, Also, so but moving on. So and he spoke a little bit, got into just the what's going on with them. All he said was just something every day, and it became so negative, whatever. So that kind of helped with the leeway what I want to speak about under this, and I'm trying to nail down segments and things of that nature. I like to stick with the same wording for my segments and whatever else. It's just, I like uniformity. I like to be, consistent, right, with some shit. So, hey, open. I just have to laugh sometimes. But anyway, so, you know, you hear people um, use these catchphrases, the it terminology, the words that describe a psychology and um, it could be philosophy, whatever. but they use low vibrational and um, negative energy and what else? And all of that, right? And here's the thing, right? That has some truth to it and a real pure meaning to it if it's spoken with truth to it and with a pure mind, pure this, pure that behind it. Now, I heard it more in this sector, okay, than away because of course I'm going to look at the person that says it, why they saying it, and then depending on how I'm feeling, I might cuss your ass out, but then I might back off. Y'all should have known by the music that this was going to be an interesting live. So I'm going to give you some education in a lot of different ways, right? Y'all should have known that. Hey, usually the music would tell you where she going. So it is always interesting to me because, like I said, I find a certain things offensive. That's just me. I can't be nobody but me. You who you are. By however somebody raised you or however you chose to live after you was raised. And some of y'all continue being raised, but that's not the here or there. All right. And when I say you continue being raised as adults, meaning followers, right? But it is what it is. Okay. That would never be the church I go to. Not for me. All right. Anyway, so I find that interesting, because here, this and things I told you I find offensive. I don't like nobody play with the Lord and, you know, invoke, act like they, are, they all churched out and all holy and this and third and do some of the treacherous shit you ever seen or being involved with some of the treacherous bullshit that you've ever seen. But then point their fingers at others just because they don't go to church as much as you or read the Bible as much as you or can't quote it or what. And sometimes they learn that Bible back in front so they can use it against you and cover up their bullshit. Don't be no fool. I'm just telling you. You think I'm lying? Pay attention. Now that I learned before coming here, but like I say, we are amongst the worst of the worst. I'm sorry to tell you that. Yes, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to, because the next question I'm going to ask is, what are you going to do about me telling the people? Yeah, pay attention. I know, and some of y'all already know, because I'll never betray those confidences because I know you let me know, right? However you let me know that you know. But I know a lot of you motherfuckers too scared to say so or can't say so, whatever. I can. Because I wish a motherfucker would. I'm hoping. And trust and believe they gonna sneak to do it. Believe that. Or call the people. Alright? Which is going to end up with big zero goose egg because there's nothing to see here, people. But anyway, I don't know nothing about it. But anyway, so I find it strange that if somebody starts something, either on a sneak tip or direct tip, however they started, and you cuss they motherfucking ass out. And on top of that, this ain't and they have a reputation of fucking with people, starting shit with people with that mouth or whatever. And they somebody check they motherfucking ass at the motherfucking goddamn counter, then all of a sudden you the negative one. You not the motherfucker because you know, and I understand people be friends and shit or whatever. But you the negative one. And you the mad one. No, no, no. I don't even see how that works. Because that's why you have the record. And that's why people roll the tape back. And that's why there's a certain phrase that's legal as well. Not only is it theoretical, it's figurative, but it's legal. It's self-defense. So I'm just saying you might want to watch that. I don't know. Ain't nobody safe. I don't know. If I feel it, depending on how I feel, you might get it. And if you looking for it, I'm the perfect one to give it to you. Yeah. Because I'm going to, and I'm not going to play that interview because I'm going to play, I was going to play that interview for, you know, from what I shared on the wall, but you can go and listen to an OG from back in the day, and I'm going to leave that interview on that wall. I'm not going to play it because I don't want nobody striking and all that type of shit. I don't have time for all of that. Because that would be a different kind of strike. And I don't want to deal with it. I don't have time for all of that. But as a matter of fact, I can cut off some of this call. And you know that thing, what they were saying out here, believe none of what you hear and all of what you see. I'm gonna go along with that. And I'm gonna say, because these motherfuckers ain't shown shit but words. Ain't back shit up. Not a goddamn thing. They don't have a phone call, or text, or person, or nothing. Just the same shit and words. And we supposed to believe it. You know, and I'm not usually the one that be challenging people for their shit, right? Because I don't know. Because I do come from the culture is we just don't talk about shit. And if you listen to that interview on the wall with one of our OGs, he tell y'all and all that back and forth. Anybody do that like that shit be foreign, you know? And I'm like, oh Lord, I done got caught up in it. But see, here's the thing, right? When you get caught up in the cesspool of the bullshit with the bullshit ass people, them type of people, you end up imitating. You end up falling along in the line of the system you're in. And you start participating. You be placed in a snitching position. And all that extra shit. You be like, oh my gosh. You have to take a vow in goddamn integrity and values and shit like that. Because, you know, it's just weird to me. It's weird. It's wild. It's dirty, really. Hey, Mo. So yeah, and I want y'all to know that y'all, for all you people that burn sage and pray over stones and shit like that, I think that's weird as fuck. I ain't never seen no smoke clear out no problem. I seen action clear out problems. Oh, oh shit. I ain't never seen none of that work. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to offend. I'm just saying how us Southern people look at shit. We look at that. That's the root. Them roots right there you putting on people. That's the roots. You got stones and shit you're praying over and emeralds and all of that. We don't know what the hell is going on. You got chants and you're sitting over there in your yoga position, meditating and shit. We don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, hey, snap out of it. We got to get to moving. That's how we're gonna get this together. Nam Yoho Renge Kill. That worked for Tina. That ain't working for us. Nam Yoho Renge Kill. The bill collector is still outside. He hear us talking about Nam Yoho Renge Kill. He know we in here. Oh shit. Hey, that's the bill. Listen, what we gonna say? In silence. Nigga, the man out there knocking, he hears. Hey, you like affirmations and all that shit, whatever. I understand what that's a part of. Trust me, I get it. Okay, I get it. I'm not knocking it. Whatever works for you, because I know that is a more of a centering of your mental and your spiritual process. I get that. I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying, by the time you do all that, baby, like we've been made one or two moves and get all that done. By the time you open your eyes from your namaste and and all this here, um, the problem be solved. Shit. Ooh, I'm gonna get in trouble today, Lord. I'm getting in trouble today. I just have to tell you what's real. Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. And what makes it worse is the people that be talking about that energy and peace and this and that. These motherfuckers be about bullshit. Motherfuckers, that's who be behind it. Fake ass mother. I be like, okay, all right, people ain't ready for all of that. But let me check something out before I put it out here first. Hold on. Look, baby, they get to dipping up out of him. But when I be on their ass, they be like, I'm gonna get bitch. I'm gonna get on the phone and talk about it. That's all you gonna do. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to have my trigger finger ready, cause I done got uh-uh. A lot of shit just ain't. Uh-uh. But anyway, so so um, so yeah, so that's always been and me. I'm a analyze and break down everything and everything involved. That means who's saying it and what's being presented. And I'm going to break it down for what's real, right? And then I'm going to like, because I try very hard not to be a hypocrite. And sometimes you do it without even, because it could be situational, right? You do it without even knowing. But I be trying, I be thinking about like, or like, I'm definitely not going to ever, if I see somebody defending themselves, I'm never going to be like, oh, you got bad energy. You got, you negative because you defending yourself. That's crazy. Now, it's because you sit down and got to take shit or whatever for whatever reason. A lot of people have to take shit for whatever reason, right? They want to be a part. They want to belong. A lot of people have to take shit because somebody taking care of them and all of that. I wouldn't give a fuck about none of that. Trust me, I done walked away from more money and more situations that for huh? Yeah, I don't play all that. That's just never been me. But anyway, um, but so I'm not gonna play that interview. But what I will play is just a little bit. So that interview kind of goes along with this call because all along, right? I would tell y'all stories about. Oh, let me get off of what's real. Hold on, let me get off what's real. Um, I guess I can keep that in what's real. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that in what's real. My mind tells me not to. I'm not. Oh, Mo, I'm not. Listen, I'm not messing with nobody religious beliefs. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what we be what we be thinking about a lot of sage burning and stone praying. Now, let me tell you this. All that Erica Badu shit. Put it like that. We gonna look at you crazy. Hmm? We gonna say you trying to put the roots on somebody. No. Now let me tell you this because listen, I have evolved. All right, in my thinking, in my openness to other things that's not normal or natural to me. I had to get out of that. Like, well, damn, if it's not normal or natural to me, it's weird. And, hey, and I'm gonna evaluate to see if it's wrong. Then I'm gonna further evaluate to see if it's legit. Then I'm gonna further evaluate to see if it's legal. The fuck you doing? But um, I have evolved, right? So as long as the person that's Bible thumping and praying over stones and shit like that, as long as that person, when they get up, I know that their walk, whatever it is, that I know they mean right and that they're going to do more right than wrong. And I know that when it comes to decision making, they're going to do what's right versus more what's right than wrong. and I know that they're not going to intentionally do anything to somebody. This is what I mean by intentionally do anything to somebody. Now, if somebody fuck with you and you intentionally go fuck them up, that's not what I'm talking about. All right, because sometimes you got to plan to fuck them up, you know. But what I'm saying is, um, people that just wake up in the morning and find somebody to fuck with that ain't fuck with them. That's crazy to me. Just like it was crazy to me to hear people talk about people's mamas and children of people that ain't said nothing about they mama and children. Like, what they do that at? Like, we don't do no shit like that. Nope. We don't do no shit like that, right? But again, and I have to, I'm gonna get the interview of, of the Jacksonville OG that I think is absolutely the best. Because, like, what I'm saying is, what I tell you, I don't have to make up, right? Because why? Honey, I done seen enough and have done enough and could have done extra. Well, no, I don't have to make nothing up. But that's besides the point. My whole thing is, I'm talking about, I get into the essence of people. And I like people to be into the essence of me, right? Meaning, you know, just say, you know how those crazy movies, right? Where they clone a person. And somewhere at the end, the like their daughter or their husband or whatever, they don't know which person to shoot. The clone them went crazy. The clone, them went crazy. That's why they was cloned, because they wanted to come in there and kill your loved one or something. Well, how y'all know how those movies go, right? And almost to the end, right? When you get to the end, your loved one, it could be your child or it could be your husband or your wife. They got the gun and they don't know who to kill, either the clone or you, because the clone is acting like you. You understand what I'm saying? So, and all through when the clone came, the clone was doing shit and all kinds of stuff that was confusing. Because so the people, the clone looked like you, talked like you, but not necessarily do everything like you, right? They started doing some extra shit like poisoning your ass and all kinds of stuff like that, right? Y'all know these movies, right? And the thing that makes the difference is when the person, your loved one, or the person that's supposed to know you, and they actually end up killing the clone or whatever, however they just get rid of the clone, right? It's usually never just by a regular bullet. It's by some kind of either special bullet or some other bullshit. But yeah, and that's what I mean by getting to the essence of somebody. And this is not foreign. I might maybe saying it in a foreign way to you, but if you with somebody or whatever, you getting to know them. If you're not looking for superficial shit, and if you're not a surface level motherfucker, and you mean somebody some good, then you get to the essence of them. Where we often make a mistake in our people picking process is that because we actually are wanting to be good to somebody, and therefore you think they want to be good to you. That's not always the case. That's not, especially out here, but even if we remove out here, like as you see, as the years have progressed, And with the advent of social media and just all this extra shit that's going on in 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 relationships that can create a situation, you find that people are so selfish and they will throw your ass under the motherfucking bus. And spend, yeah, and you can just look at that. Look at some of these competition shows, Big Brother, The Challenge, or whatever. Honey, sometimes you be thinking, okay, they gonna be some good friends. They gonna, look out for you. And next thing you know, when it comes to that money, or don't let no money be introduced to the equation. Shit. They out there. Some of them are sacrifice their mama. And I believe there's some people out here sacrifice their mama and their daddy for the dollar. That's crazy to me. That is absolutely insane to me, right? So that's what I mean. So when you getting to know somebody, and I'm just saying this is what I do. So, so I guess it would be, in my opinion, you are getting to the essence of that person. You're getting to know them. You understand what I'm saying? And let me tell you what that do. So there's a benefit to that. And when it get to a point where you don't know to either whether to trust or whatever, doing that deep dive and getting into that essence of a motherfucker, getting to that goddamn bone marrow, that'll help you more with your decision whether to trust or not or whatever, this, that, and the third, whatever. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? I know what you're saying. You understand what I'm saying? Listen, I'm not no counselor like that, okay? I have counseled, but as you've seen me talk to that girl that I was dealing with, her outside behavior services, you know what I'm saying? You see, I suck, all right? I suck. And she knows it. But she just wanted to, be with me because she was comfortable with me and she didn't like any of the other people or whatever. And they made arrangements because she wasn't in my area. She was in Philadelphia. She wasn't even in my area. But she was somewhere where I had established residency and license for me to, to find her someone. And they went out of their way or whatever because I told you, you heard her, the killing of the Marshmallow Man at the end of Ghostbusters was a trigger to her. That ain't my shit. That's not my expertise. You need somebody that can really, deal with that type of shit. I don't know what questions to ask you. Only thing y'all see, I tried to go with the, facial fear shit, and she was like, I see what you're doing. It ain't gonna work. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. Well, let me see if I can get somebody else. That ain't me, baby. I can't do everything for the dollar. I believe in getting. I believe if I'm there to help, and if in that particular realm, in that particular situation, if I got to go get somebody else, then that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm not trying to keep all the money and give you poor service, and I'm doing more damage or nothing else. I'm gonna go get you somebody else. So yeah. On paper, I could do that job, but that's not nothing I trained in. You do realize a majority of those degrees I never even used. It's just It's just there. I just got them. Majority of them I ain't never even used. The fuck? Nope. So that ain't I know and I don't like to be on no job or whatever where I don't have at least 75% chance of excelling. I want to be like a little more than average, but as high as I can get. And as always, I'm striving for perfection. Okay, and I do know I'm not out of my head. You know, um, I do know that you'll never get like to be a perfect person, but in some aspects, like, and not always on a job, but if a lot of your duties you can execute them to perfection, that type of shit. Okay, trust me, I know how to set my bar. So I don't need no counseling. Thank you. Yeah, I'm in touch with reality, very in touch. Okay, huh? All right. So yeah, yeah, Karen. It was about the I said it was about the Jacksonville OG. So so what I'm saying is this: what's real is what's real. That comes in many motherfucking forms. That has something to do with your senses. So all of them. And um, well, this is the combination of all of your senses normally. It is situation, right? Because if you look at every one of your senses, it can evolve into a what? Situation, right? Situations are also real. Okay. But anyway, so um the Jacksonville OG, you can go drop the link to the interview in the chat, right? And that is a part of the essence of me. That's some of the stuff that I was talking about. And if you listen to him, when I tell y'all, we ain't with all that talking, we ain't with all that back and forth, and we ain't with all that fucking over people. That's why people like him and others that have outlived the game are still here to talk about it. And you know, there were certain people who believed that they had to, you know, take a person out so they can get ahead, or take a person out. No, 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 no. They kind of fostered a sense that, listen, if we respect each other and sometimes do dealings and not fuck over one another, then you know we all can, you know, get ahead, right? And whatever it is we're into. Okay. I just told you about that same Jacksonville OG, and I told you look it up before I even found that interview, and it came up in my thing, right? Because I'm from Jacksonville. Jacksonville shit be falling into my notifications, my timeline. So when you um listen to some of the stuff he's saying, that's well, he goes into it, whatever. But you see, he won't say certain things. You know, he talks about respect. You know, I always talk about respect, and just a lot of things. And what is so funny, another person I had spoken of from back in the day, and it's all about stuff that you can that you can read, nothing else. But he called this other guy that was, a big deal back in the day, called him on the phone. Because with this guy that he did the interview with, he has like 300 and something subscribers. And apparently they're gonna, he's gonna do more with them. I think this was Tilly's first interview. And he's been in magazines and stuff like that. And I think he didn't really go into much in those magazines that I could see outside of what's public knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Or what the statute of limitations have outrun, but nothing, nothing too detailed. And I thought it was great that I was glad the camera stayed rolling because to see that those connections, because it could have, if you listen to the amount of money weekly and monthly and how he put it, huh? And it was just crazy. But the fact that he said that they finna do a Tubi movie on his life. Now, when I heard that, I had to make a call. Hold on for a minute. I had to make a call. Let me see. I gotta be fast on the trigger.
Oh, man, how you doing? See some friends out, what's going on, Ashley?
Oh, girl, I ain't mean to word you. I just called and because I had talked to Regina and Cara, but I was calling real quick to tell you that Tilly's doing a Tubi movie.
No, girl.
Yeah.
What name of it called?
I don't know. He's getting it in the works now, but he's doing a Tubi movie. He did an interview when he was going back down memory lane, and I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that some of his I didn't know he had 15 kids. That's one, and I didn't know that. Yeah, and I didn't know that one of his grandkids was caught up in that war that's going on. Between ATK and KTA. The Julio guy that got killed.
Yeah, well, his grandson is ATK.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah, the Julio dude that got killed. But yeah,
child. The best. But what's slightly, I'm gonna get you called.
Yeah.
Baby.
All right, baby.
All right.
I had to cut something. I had to cut some of that out. And I said, I said, girl, you gonna be in that Tubi movie? She said, don't put me in that mess, or whatever. So, but yeah. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Woo! Anyway. Yeah, names were called, so I had to block that out real quick. But yes, honey. So when I tell you that I think everybody, I think, is no, I take it back. Most of us are well rounded, right? Because you got your school that you learn from, and then you got your streets that you learn from, and then you have your parents or whoever raised you that you learn from. And wow, I ain't never had to know nothing about no measurements and about no whatever, but if it comes to who's who, I know that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, child. It's never my intention to offend anybody, it's only my intention just to tell the truth. Now, if that truth offends, I ain't got nothing to do with that. But I know that I have heard these people talk, come out here and talk all that la la. They at the mountain, they in the mountains looking down. They got it. They know it. They can move it. But yet, I mean, shit, you can obscure shit. Nobody ain't gave us a. Now, granted, I ain't saying that you come out here on the record and then expose this whatever. But you can't talk about what nobody else don't have if you can't put nothing up but your words. Just because you think you know a person or you think you see something, you think that's what sometimes people gonna let you go with that. But this is the first place, and I knew something was wrong. Cause and I should have thought about this, but I didn't. Cause once you been removed from a place, you don't and you couldn't and your heart and your head was out of it 2 years prior to being removed from the damn place. So I stopped working for the people in 2016. I started full time teaching, still adjunct, but still, full time, right? Me, meaning like that was consuming most of my time. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't have like all these extra, all these little extra gigs or whatever. I was just trying to, you know, just decompress a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then, and I was going. That was before COVID, so I was going to the locations to teach. Then COVID hit, and it put us, you know, especially since the adjunct and stuff. And they give you those titles like that so they won't have to pay your ass benefits and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So you always got to either hold something that's gonna pay you some benefits, also fit in with your hours and whatever. And if you can get, uh, one of those that work around your hours, whatever, because a straight 9 to 5 is not gonna work for me. A straight job like, you know, unless I can pick the days. That's the only way it's gonna a straight whatever to whatever is gonna work for me, because that's not gonna work for me unless I can pick the days and kind of and the duties kind of work around what I need to work. You know what I'm saying? So obviously driving Uber wasn't going to work out, although that they make a lot of money. But shit, if I could have drove like a police car Uber with them motherfuckers, people getting Uber drivers are getting killed, fucking around and all that type of shit. So you have to evaluate a lot of stuff, right? Um, but and it's good. Then you had at one. Remember, yeah, I know y'all heard of case because they have one happened in Jacksonville where the goddamn taxi driver was killing motherfuckers. Like, it's just not safe. I don't believe I'm a very high proponent of motherfucking security. As you can tell, you might not can tell from there, but and when I say Big Brother, it's been full effect. It being full effect. So I told you when my daughter and I was talked about it. when she threw that goddamn them trackers and shit out the goddamn window. Cause I, called them people on our ass. They went to go find them. So, but security and privacy and then confidentiality, that's just like paramount, right? And so, but however, if you can, send a motherfucker off on bum ass leaves and shit like that or whatever, it is what it is. Or not saying that. I'm not talking about not finding your address. I mean, I'm not worried about that. I'm just talking about you just you don't throw yourself in those situations. But that's crazy. The volunteers say, hey, I want to be a target. That's crazy to me, right? So and that's just how everybody around us have grown up, have been taught that type of shit. Now, I realize that there is a bunch of people, that wasn't taught about integrity and doing the right thing and looking out for each other and stuff like that. And in that interview, the OG speaks on that type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, it just, and I don't know, and I don't understand it. How, and you got, I know you fucked up when, like, you do some grimy ass shit and you feel good about it. But like I was getting ready to say, I knew that something was off when you saw all these people running to the police, running to the feds. Like, where they do that at? And I'm like, I done been in fucking with these people for a hell of a years. And I ain't seen no shit like that. I don't even want to be here. Putting the people on you, putting the people in you. But like, where they do that at? I should have known that was this is a snitching culture. I should have known that. I should have picked that up. I wasn't even trying to evaluate no shit like that because, I don't think that I would ever encounter, people like that or be involved in no shit like, people like that. Like, how would that happen? Like, huh? I don't, that's just crazy to me. Crazy. Like, what? I mean, you motherfuckers will solve a whole, but y'all are the people's dreams. Listen, they tell you straight up, listen here, we don't like them snitches, but shit, we need them. Y'all will solve a whole bunch of motherfucking cases. And as you see in with all this shit that's been going on, these people they are telling. Like, no, if you did shit, get you a mouthpiece and just negotiate on the shit that your motherfucking ass did or didn't do or whatever. Just do that. The smartest thing to do is if you out there all crazy and shit like that doing, make sure you get your money together. Keep your money together. Like, what kind of throat balling ass shit is this? I don't get none of that. It is weird. So it just tells me, So then you go to listening to the words and the stories and shit. Something don't add up. It don't add up. Ain't nobody. Everybody's there, and then if everybody's dead, if all the people that's been, your top people or whatever in those situations or whatever are deceased or now, whatever, and depending on how they left them out of here, and the people are fun, are they dead too? Whatever well, shit is it because y'all taking each other out? That also says something. That also speaks volumes. That's because that's what you know. That's crazy. And anybody that fuck over people over YouTube, that right there, I ain't never seen it or heard. That just mm, 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 mm. That's some that ain't even female shit. Cause when I was looking at some of the videos, like the stories that they was putting together about Jacksonville, and reason why you don't now they putting our shit on out there because of this younger culture. But the reason why you don't hear nothing about the shit that went on with Jacksonville and these names and shit, you know why? Because we don't talk. We don't fuck each other over. We don't be on the line, cooperating with a motherfucker and shit. And I know that might sound strange from me, a person that has both sides of the coin, because this is what I go by. I just go by what's right. So that can work in the street culture and that can work in the school culture. I just go by what's right. And fucking over anybody on any front, that's just not a right. That's just not me. That some of these people grin and do it like, what the fuck? Like, ooh. Mm. But yeah, that's just weird to me. But like I said, we don't put ourselves on the map. That's crazy. That's fucking up everything. Won't do that. But these young folk, they took it to the streets and they took it to social media and they took it to whatever, and that got out of control or whatever. But that Chicago shit, that's been going on for a minute now. But I don't know if it was it some people working on the taps. I was shocked to find out that what is Rayford Edmonds or whatever, he was working with the people. He got out, whatever. You had what his name from Alpo, it's crazy. I was like, but I just know that, that is just but you do your shit and you prepare if some shit go down or whatever. You have those people that's they ain't living right according to the law. They keep an attorney on retainer. The ones that specialize in their line of business, you keep them on retainer. Hey, I don't know. And then more important, and check this out. And if you don't fuck over nobody and backstab nobody, the people, and just say you might not have it all, the because the amount may be up there. You're gonna have some people that pitch in from your line of business to make sure you straight on your with your attorney and everything else. Ain't that right? Am I just making this up? Ah. But anyway, so let me move on. I get out of what's real and we can condense. So I don't know if people are resolving their vendettas by the use of civil recos. But as I said, it's a lot of them is getting. I don't know if they're gonna call themselves, cleaning up the celebrities with it. They keep shouting out Jay-Z's name. Now, I'm thinking Jay-Z would be smart enough not to fall into those traps. But we don't know when he became smart. We don't know at what age. Okay? So I don't know. I hope but in a lot of reviews, they keep going back to Jaguar Wright's words. Um, that is not just something I would rely on, not Jaguar. Not Jaguar Wright's words. Nope. Because it's real easy. If when something happens, it's real easy to start um, opining on and shit like that after, especially a federal indictment. I ain't saying she's done some stuff before that, but there has been a lot of chatter about different people. So yeah, you can be like, okay, well we heard Sean Carter did this. He was with Foxy Brown when she was 16. She was blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, he might get arrested one day. And if he gets arrested one day, you look like a goddamn genius, right? That's easy. So, you know, and I also, and if people begin to do all that talking that have a vendetta against somebody, I kind of look at that sideways too. So, it's crazy. I'm just wondering if people are using the civil RICO to get the attention of people in on the criminal side. Now, what'd be funny? I got one time to see a civil RICO used at him. Now that would be funny as fuck, right? That'd be funny as fuck. That would be funny. I think that would also um, stop people from fucking with people, but that would actually be funny. A whole civil RICO. Hmm. So let me get to um before I get to the Diddy thing, I want to show y'all this man. And it's some, thievery and shit like that is just, I don't know what the fuck is going on. And I'm asking the question, And if you ever want to know what I'm talking about or what's good or whatever, it's always in the title. I think I titled it very precise and accurate. But always know I'm going to talk about whatever hits my head right then. And then I'm going to tell you, what I'm talking about and why I'm talking about it. But listen, I'm asking, if property ownership by theft the new thing now? Reason being, we saw that dude and kind of tie up Diddy's house with the bail shit, right? And property doesn't always have to be a house, okay? But I ran across another video of this dude that somehow got a whole, it's crazy. Hold on. And this is the video. I'll make sure he gets credit for it, but like, share, and subscribe to this channel. This dude has taken this. Okay, and this is this is just another example of how people are weaponizing the legal system. But hold on, I want you to look at all the parties in here. Okay, all the parties on this video: the judge, the plaintiff, the respondent, and the plaintiff also had a mouthpiece. I don't know if he's a plaintiff. I don't know if the black dude is a plaintiff or not. He could be the respondent. But anyway, he has a mouthpiece that is a shocker to me. And I'm like, huh? Now, if you need to question somebody's license or his ability to work in that capacity as a professional, it would be this guy that pops on a little later. But just watch this. Unbelievable.
Um, Jack D. May Revocable Trust versus Taji Miller.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Ready on that, Your Honor.
Right. Mr. Belzer, do we have witnesses?
Just Mr. May, but I don't think any of the facts are contested.
Okay, let's swear him under oath anyways in case we do, I guess.
Yeah.
May, why don't you read? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, just in case. So you're under oath in case we come back to a question. Mr. Belzer, go ahead and tell me what may not be in dispute, I guess.
Judge, this property is owned by a trust. Mr. May is the trustee. And this property was sold under a land contract to his son, Brian. Brian May then entered a contract with Mr. Miller, a lease agreement. Apparently Mr. Miller prepared, but it was a 61-year lease on a house for $1,000 a month gross. Mr. Brian May lost this house. He was not making the payments, gave a deed in lieu of foreclosure, and we now own the property. We've had no dealings. We entered into no agreement with Mr. May. He's there. He's subject to numerous felony charges. Possession of a firearm, felon third time. But real important here, maintaining a drug house, and it's a bunch of drug charges he has, cocaine. And in any event, we have no relationship with him, never in a contract with him. He's just there under a prior owner. We just want the house back.
Okay. And Mr. Miller, did you have a lease agreement with Brian May? Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, so why don't you raise your right hand just so we go this way too? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay. And Brian, when did you enter into a lease agreement with Brian May?
I entered this lease agreement with Brian May on July 1st, 2024.
I'm sorry, what was it? July what?
July 1st, 2024, Your Honor.
Just this year, July 1st, 2024. Was there a written lease agreement of some sort?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a written agreement.
Looks like it's the one I got in the file, I guess. Mr. Bowser, have you seen it? Just so we know.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, Michigan Residential Lease Agreement. Okay.
Your Honor, I don't mean to interrupt. If you look at number 32 on the lease at the sale of property.
So at 32, sale of property, owner does not have right to terminate this agreement. And I don't know that that's going to be binding. Who's Mr. Bowser, then on this July 1st date, that I guess this residential agreement, who owned the trust on that date?
Mr. May did, Jack May. But the property was owned under a land contract to Brian May. Brian was buying it under a land contract at that point.
Oh, it was under a land contract.
Yes.
I got you. Okay. Land contract. Do I have the land contract here too or not?
No, Judge, I don't believe so, but you should have a copy of the deed that Mr. May took the property back. And that deed was dated August 14th of 2024.
Where's that? Oh, it looks like it was a quitclaim deed.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go to the land contract first. So was that in writing? Was there a land contract? It had to be, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Do you have it?
No, Judge, I don't.
Is there, Mr. Let's do it this way then maybe.
Now, I don't know why he wouldn't have that particular contract, because he should have known. I mean, now y'all listen, 61-year mortgage or lease or something at $100 a month. I'm sorry, $1,000 a month. This gets crazier. Nobody is leasing no shit to you for no 61 years. And a land contract just means that you're not going to use like a mortgage lender. Like you're not going to have a traditional mortgage lender on it, right? Like some of those what you call them? Not buy him, pay him. What you call them? Where you by owner or whatever, by owners like that, something like that. So that's what a land contract is, right? So, and they do that for people who can't qualify for actual mortgage. You get a land contract. But listen, so far, 61-year mortgage or rental agreement or whatever the fuck it is, at $1,000 a month. I think it's a lease, a 61-year lease. 61 years.
Yeah, it was, but we don't.
Mr. May, was there a land contract at one point between you and I guess your son, Brian?
There was, yes.
Okay, under did somebody draft the land contract for you?
I did.
Oh, you did it?
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of it someplace?
I don't. It's been 20 years. This was my son. It was something because we move all the time. I may be able to find it, but it would take a long time, to locate it.
Okay.
My son has lived there. He basically has never, this is a house that I wanted to furnish, hopefully my son has some alcohol and drug problems, but it was before then, I was trying to get him enthused or to get him, and to furnish him a place to live. He's basically never paid to live there. I've been paying the taxes, everything. We basically, my son today, we have to basically support him. So we never did anything on the land contract because it didn't really matter until it's come up. So furnishing a place for my son to live is one thing, but furnishing a place for Mr. Miller is totally something different.
Under the land contract, then was it ever recorded?
No.
Okay, so it was just agreement between you guys on paper at that point.
We did it on paper because I don't think there's any requirement that it has to be recorded. We did do a memo. I did the deed transfer statement to the township at the time that we did the land contract.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just kind of thinking.
The transfer affidavit at the time that we did the land contract, that was filed at the township, but we have a copy of that.
Okay, was there any provision in the land contract that said that Brian may not encumber that property until he actually owned it?
Yeah, it was standard language, Judge, and yes, in fact, and that was in 2006 when that contract was done, and it was the standard language in the contract that, right, he had no rights over and above, and Mr. May, Jack May, and the trust had the right to mortgage the property or whatever, but Brian's interest was subject at all times to the prior ownership rights of the trust. And so, yes, there was a restriction in that regard, Judge.
Okay, is that true, Mr. May?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay. So back to you, Mr. Miller. How did you enter into this lease agreement with Brian May?
Your Honor, I entered the lease with my landlord, Brian May, and I actually paid up rent in advance. I mean, I don't know what's going on here.
When was the last time you paid rent?
I paid up rent on 7/8/2024. I actually have a receipt too. I have kids in the community. That's why I took so much interest in the property.
How much did you pay on July 8th then?
Your Honor, I paid Brian May $144,000 in cash.
But no cash?
Yes, I did. It's cash, Your Honor.
And you've got no receipt?
Yes, I do have receipt.
Judge, Mr. Brian May was involved in drugs. Mr. Miller is charged with being a drug dealer. We suspect this is all just.
Yeah, what?
Your Honor, Your Honor, I never received the notice to quit.
Why would you pay 140? I got a question though. 144,000 when your monthly payment's only 1,000.
I paid rent up in advance because I have kids in the community, and I took interest in the property because I have kids in the community.
That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you just continue to make a $1,000 monthly payment?
That's what me and the landlord put together.
So where's your receipt?
My landlord has a copy.
Hold the receipt up for me.
There you go. His signature is actually on here.
Have you ever seen this receipt?
No, Your Honor. I mean, it's kind of absurd. The whole thing, the 61-year lease, who's going to pay $144,000 in rent? I question whether Mr. Miller how he had $144,000. He has an appointed attorney for all these criminal cases. This is just fairy tale stuff.
You hear this crazy shit? A 61-year lease at $1,000 per month. This boy say he paid $144,000. Listen, here is another tip here. See, white people get it wrong too. Of course, I'm just joking about that. But listen, a lot of times when you're doing things like a land contract and deals between you and another person, a lot of times people skip over a lot of steps. You always want to record your transactions, especially one that's involving property, meaning file it down there with the clerk of court, file it with your county. That's what it means when the judge asks him, was it recorded? Because if it's not recorded, that's when a lot of title theft and shit like that goes on. Okay? That's when they do a lot of bullshit where they remove your name from there and then it's a whole bunch of shit. Okay? And unfortunately, they're going to go by your judge can only go by the documentation. A lot of times they don't go by your actions. What I mean by that is just say, I'm trying to think of a good example. Just say a situation like this comes about and you want to sell your property, but you got an idiot that come in here and talking about he done paid $144,000 lease agreement. Like, huh? Like, huh? But you want to sell it. You're trying to sell it, right? So that's your actions. Now, common sense would tell somebody that why would they be trying to sell it if they already have accepted $144,000 from somebody that has agreed to rent it? Why would they want to sell it? Why would they, why would they go through all the, putting it up for putting it up on the market, retaining everything they need in order to sell it if they have somebody? A lot of judges are not going to go by your actions and make a judgment just based on that. They're going to see that, hey, it's nothing recorded about this mortgage. So I can assume as a judge that because you have a pretty much well, it's not rent Lord here by owner type of agreement going on. So you're doing everything by by agreement between two parties, and you don't have an attorney in on it, and so on and so forth. A judge can look at that and just go with that and not look at your actions, like you're selling it and some of the other stuff that you've done, or maybe the fact that you've never had any connections with this dude. They're not going to look at your records, whatever. You're not going to even think to bring all those records to show that you don't know him and that it's some shady shit that done happened because his son was on drugs and it seems like some kind of drug setup. You know what I'm saying? You know how when the drug heads let the people, the dealers hold their cars and shit, that old crazy shit. Seem like that's this type of shit, for the drugs or whatever. And this is crazy. This is crazy shit. This is crazy. And I'm asking, are they taking people's properties? Like I remember hearing a live that Audra was talking about, um, you know, taking people's property. I forgot what it is. It's so many ways you can do it. I forgot exactly what she called it. I forgot what it was. But anyway, and it's fucking with these people, um, titles and things of that nature. Good news is there is a department that, are trying to investigate and stop that type of stuff or slow it down. But bad news is that they so far behind the time. They so out of they don't have like a lot of resources for that type of thing, and it's just you know hey, your shit would have been lived in for 10 years free by some squatter before did they even get to you. So yeah, because a lot of times justice is the direct result of something happening, and then there being an outcry for a remedy or a cure. You're oftentimes behind the crime. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, keep listening to this craziness.
Okay, so I can't see the whole receipt though. It's the problem.
Here you go, Your Honor.
Slide it over for me from there. Actually, yeah, hold it up vertical like that for me. Maybe that we can do it that way. Let's just see.
I could actually bring it into you, Your Honor.
Now hold on. July 1st. Oh, go pull back a little bit. Pull back a little bit. There you go. July 1st, 2026. 2026. There's that 4. I don't understand what that says from. By it's go down a little bit now so I can see the other side of it. Just go downward with your. There you go, just like that. Taji Miller. Where's Brian Miller's main signature at the top there?
I'm not for sure.
Not for sure.
You see it?
Well, kinda. Why isn't his signature down below or anything? Why is it at the top of that thing?
I'm not for sure. That's
sure.
where he signed it.
I got you. Where did the money come? Where did you pull the money out from? It's all cash.
Your Honor, I worked a lot of years. I actually been shot in my arm, so right now I'm waiting on disability. But up until 2023, I worked a lot of years. I saved up a lot of money.
And he was in prison.
And I still have some money saved. And to answer the attorney question, my lawyer is Michael Ewan, and there is no drug activity or illegal activities going on in this residence at all.
Let's see.
Judge, certainly Mr. Miller can sue Brian, May, if he thinks he's entitled to some money back. But I mean, that's just absurd. Brian May has no money. He's living in his dad's basement. He's homeless, basically, other than living with his dad. And really, this just defies any logical, rational beliefs.
61 years. I never heard anything like that in my life. Back garage included. So 61 years. So you were to pay. Where's my calculator here? 61 years.
Your Honor, I paid rent up in advance so I could focus on my kids in the community. I have 2 teenage boys that's in the community. They stay maybe 3 miles away.
times 1,000. So the total you were gonna pay over this whole thing was $732,000 for this place to rent.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm a felon, so it's hard for me to get housing in some places.
For $732,000, buddy, it's a lot of money to put out for a house like this. That doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't make any sense?
$732,000 in rent for 61 years. How much was, let's see, you gave him 144,000, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
144.
Judge, it's about a $250,000 house.
Well, I haven't looked into the market of the house. I just took the opportunity because my kids live in the community and I wanted to be around for my kids. And I'm also a felon, so it's hard for me to get housing. That's why I took the opportunity.
Well, if you had that kind of money, you could find a lot of housing anywhere. I just went through a whole stack of ones anybody would allowed you to.
Well, for the property,
Yeah.
for that.
I don't think that it's not making any sense to me. 144 months. So divide by 12. So how long were you for that money you gave him? How long were you planning on staying there? What was that worth?
The 144,000 was for what is that, 10 years or 10 or 11 years? It just gave me advance to concentrate more on my children that's in the community.
Well, no, you got to tell me how many years you planned on being there for that 144,000.
I plan on being here for the whole 61 years. The 144,000 was just for 11 years or 12 years, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a one-time payment or anything. I still got payments.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right. I think your actions against the person that we were renting to, Brian May, looks to me like the owner actually is the trust. Did Brian May ever tell you there was a trust?
No, Brian May didn't tell me it was a trust, Your Honor.
No? Did he ever tell you that he was that he claimed it back to that trust at any time?
He never told me that, Your Honor. I also never got a notice to quit or anything.
Yeah, and it sounds like you had 12 years of rental property, didn't you? According to what
Yeah. I paid him 100, yes, in advance for sure.
So it looks like your actions against Brian, because he quit claimed it back over to the trust on August 14th. It looks like your action is going to be against Brian. So it looks like.
Well, we entered this agreement on July.
Yeah, it doesn't look, everything you're telling me doesn't seem legitimate. It doesn't look legitimate. The terms of the lease don't make sense. Paying cash of 144,000 makes credibility another big issue. Why didn't you just get a cashier's check or get something else? Why would you pay cash for something like that?
Yeah, and then again, I'm a felon. It's hard for me to get housing. And then plus,
Not a cashier's check, it's not.
That's just the way I went about it, Your Honor.
Yeah, where you kind of made a big mistake there, I think. Really. That's a big problem. Mr. Bowser, I'm sorry, I kind of took over for you. I'm kind of trying to figure out what was going on. Give me your argument why I should rule in your favor, I guess. Go ahead and give it to me.
Because we own the property, and nothing that this Mr. Miller is saying makes any sense at all.
Yeah.
And really, it's just beyond belief. A 61-year lease, all the terms of this lease are so goofy. No attorney in their right mind would ever go along with any of this stuff. And plus, Mr. Miller doesn't have, and I believe this is just some drug transaction where Mr. Brian May never had $144,000 in his life. Within a month after this, not even that, well, yeah, it's probably been 2 months after this transaction that he gave the deed back to his dad because he had no money, nowhere to live. And we own the property. We have no relationship with Mr. Miller. We ought to get an order to take possession of that property, Judge.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to ask Mr. Miller if the court will allow me, because I have at least advised Mr. Miller in this case. It's not a case I intended to represent, but if Mr. Miller will let me say something, I would like to try and. I have one concern in hearing this, and I don't disagree with Mr. Belzer that if the land contract prohibits him, Brian May, from encumbering the property, then they are right that they are the owner and he can't do that. I would just note that no one has presented that land contract to show that. And I'm sitting here with the Cameron's real property book that says unless there's an explicit clause prohibiting encumbering the property, that a vendee on a land contract has an absolute interest in the property to encumber it. So as just a candor to the court, and having represented Mr. Miller at least on advice on this matter, I can't just sit here and just let this go this way without them at least showing that there was a land contract that said he can't encumber it. I get that the terms can be crazy. Commercial buildings enter into leases for 50 and 100 years. I can't speak to why Mr. Miller would enter such a lease, but if they can show that Mr. May didn't have a reason or ability to encumber it through that land contract, then I think their position is absolutely correct. But absent proving that, I think Mr. May is at least a necessary party to testify to say.
Well, that was going to be my next, Mr. Lowry. Thank you.
Okay, so see what I mean? Why when shit gets crazy, when you don't have your land contract recorded, right? Because I ain't hear all this part. Sometimes I put these things on and I be moving about, or I don't listen to all of it, right? And so when you have an idiot that is trying to encumber your property, they trying to put a claim on it. And what happens is that it makes it hard for you to sell it, or you know what I'm saying? So this is crazy. Crazy. And I mean, they taking your shit, child. Ooh. And y'all can definitely see that this is about some drug shit. I think that that boy probably owe him some money. And he done been there all that many years or whatever. They probably had an argument or something. And now he trying to get his money back one way or the other. This is crazy. And this lawyer comes in saying this shit. This is cray.
And that was going to be my next question. Mr. Miller, do you have any witnesses or anything?
Yes.
Well, where's your witnesses at? Today.
They here. I can call them.
Who?
Sharika Lewis.
Who's that?
That was a girlfriend of mine.
Oh, I'm talking about somebody involved in the contract.
Judge, if I could.
The contract is a legal document. You want me to call Lindsay Markle?
But the concern I got is pretty much what Mr. Lowry's is suggesting, that if I go back in time here, there's an allegation that Brian May had a land contract, correct? Where I've got nothing that says anybody's got any land contract. Who was giving the land contract?
Judge, if I may. So first of all, you do have sworn testimony as to what the terms of that land contract were. Second of all, this defendant has no right to have free legal advice. If he can come up with $144,000 in cash, he should not be getting legal aid advice. Nor should he have.
I would object to that, Your Honor, just on the basis that Mr. Belzer doesn't know our priorities and our qualification criteria. So
Yeah.
But in any event, really, you have sworn testimonies to the terms of the contract.
Here's my concern though. If it all hinges on what right Brian May had, period, whether he owned the property, did not own the property, and it was my question that I asked about having some kind of encumbrance, some kind of paragraph that says you can't encumber the property if it's a land contract. Right now, I got nothing all the way around, period. I got nothing. So who owned the property before Brian May if that land contract is not there?
The trust that Jack May.
Well, actually, my corporation did initially, and then I assigned it from the corporation to myself.
Okay.
When I bought the property in 2004, built the house, and then sold it to Brian is specifically because it was a father to son and to provide him housing. If we've held title since 2004.
I'm sorry,
My corporation or my trust has had title to that property since 2004.
So he doesn't have the land contract, which you know that, and it wasn't recorded, so can't get no information out of it. Therefore, the judge is looking for the language in that contract that says that, hey, that, a person can't encumber it. It means make a claim on it. If, for whatever reason, whatever, right? Now, but check this out. Suppose they do find the land contract. And just say somebody didn't specify that or whatever. What the fuck? This dude is actually hijacking these people's property. Oh my gosh. Over something this poor good old white man tried to do to help his son. This is a nightmare. That's why shit like that. And let me tell you, I have a sensitivity to those things that I have encountered. Of course, if it's personally, but I'm not saying this personal. But what I'm saying, I have encountered by like desperate people who did a good thing or trying to do a good thing, and it backfires. And they be like, oh my gosh, people that don't expect to get fucked in the end by them doing something good. Or people that are victims of something that I personally had to handle or deal with or something like that. Of course, you're going to have heightened sensitivity to those things. And people taking people's property and things of that nature is kind of one of, because when I was doing a bunch of that internet goddamn shit, that's when it wasn't big. That's why I kind of got moved into the area I was in. It wasn't a big thing then, but I don't know how it has grown now because I'm no longer there. But there were people taking folks' property in other, states and other countries. They'll find, they're doing lookups on your motherfucking address, whatever, and seeing that the paperwork, whatever, however these motherfuckers was getting down. And they were going through the steps and taking your shit. Yeah. So it is good to get a mortgage because you know and have because you know you got the representation, you got the paperwork. Um, Sometimes you're gonna have a lawyer involved, but depending on what the bank is going to look through um, and to look at that paperwork anyway to see to see if it's okay with the verbiage. Um, but and then after you pay off your mortgage, you still need to maintain your paperwork because these people are taking your shit and they have legal standing to do so. Oh shit! And I don't want nobody to kill a motherfucker.
And then at 2004, what shows
In
up?
2004, it was a vacant lot. I'm
Yeah.
a home builder, so we built a house. There was 2 lots there. We built the one, we sold the one house. The other one, it was to the point where I basically furnished someplace for my son to live.
Mhm.
And basically I was hoping my son had bad alcohol problems. I thought he would get out of that. He was actually, you could live and work with him when he was an alcoholic. Around 2017, it went from alcohol to drugs. I don't know if Mr. Miller has anything to do with that or not, but he got into the drugs and all of a sudden, but I've been basically paying the taxes on it for years. It's basically been my property. It was something that I did for my son to live in. I don't think that my son signed that receipt. He can,
Your Honor,
he
Brian,
can
I don't mean to
say
interrupt,
anything or
but
sign anything.
Brian May been paying the taxes on the home for
Hold on,
years.
Taylor. Hold on. So
Furnishing, like I say, furnishing a house for my son to live in is one thing. Furnishing a house for Mr. Miller to live in is something else. I don't do rentals. Have never done any. Even if you look at that lease, if you look at the first page, I don't even think it was for 2085 or whatever it was. It looks like they changed the number from a 4 to an 8. My son does some really dumb stuff, but he would never even have done anything this crazy.
well, I think there's just too many pieces for me to kind of speculate on right now, quite honestly, for everybody's sake.
I just want to ask, Your Honor, just if Mr. Belzer. So there was no writing done whatsoever in the terms of the land contract to Mr. May?
No. Yes, there was a written land contract.
Yeah, in 2006, there was a written land contract.
So all I would say is that land contract should be produced. I understand Mr. Belzer's position that there was testimony given to the land contract, but I would point to the best evidence rule. The best evidence of a land contract, if there's a written land contract, is the land contract. And
that's
again, we'll concede that if that says that Mr. May could not encumber the property with a mortgage or a lease or anything like that, then I think plaintiff prevails undoubtedly without question. I just think that the lease should be or the land contract should be produced.
right.
And see, this is where they get you. These people have been already did these have done these checks and shit, and they know that your paperwork isn't in order. And now you have this issue. You see, the judge seemed like he was going to be in favor of the 2 white guys until this third. He's suspect for being white or black. He's one of them not quite people. Come in and talk that lawyer talk, and the poor judge. I mean, his hand tied, kind of, sort of, because now this boy man is really getting to the point that, hey, you need to produce some paperwork. That's when I told you the judge really, they a lot of times don't make judgments based on your actions, the behavior, either before or after. Meaning, can they make a conclusion that based on your behavior before, during, or after, if it's likely or not that this is that this black boy got a legitimate that he's So this is crazy. This is so crazy, and I reckon that's the reason why they put this up here, because how due to how crazy it was. But shout out to his court nerds for doing so.
I agree, and I think honestly, and that's kind of why I'm kind of going around and around on this thing. It's just too much speculation for me just to kind of say, okay, you got this, you got this. When it all encompasses either a land contract or no land contract, I think we're going to adjourn it one way or the other, give both sides a chance to produce whatever evidence they got, all the way back, even in case there's a decision and just the register of deed action, wherever the original title on the property is, so we can kind of have a chain of title somewhere. And then this land contract, if you've got any kind of proof of that land contract, whatever it is,
Okay.
I think we can need some time to look at that. And same thing with you, Mr. Miller.
Yes, Your Honor.
And two, and then somebody, quite frankly, is Brian May, is there some reason he's not here today?
Well, I could have had him here today. I didn't see the need.
But
Yeah.
we'll have him here for the next time, Judge.
Okay.
And then again, Your Honor, they never. I never received a notice to quit. I believe that's.
Well, let's not get too far ahead of things. First, you're claiming this rental agreement sitting here,
And y'all know
and
the
you're
notice
claiming
to quit
that you made 140.
notice to quit is pretty much for your ass to get out.
$44,000 in cash towards it.
Your Honor, I will bring the receipt down to you.
Well, yeah, do that for me anyways. At least make
Yes.
it, and keep a copy for you as well. But Mr. Belzer's going to want a copy of that too. Okay.
Right. And
Okay.
Judge, I'd also like to get, and I can send some requests to Mr. Miller, where this $144,000 was at. I mean, I'm gonna hear that it was in a shoebox in his bedroom someplace, but
Your Honor, that's another
prison.
story for another day.
Your Honor, I would just point out for Mr. Miller's position, I don't know that there's any relevance to where that money comes from, whether he got it from winning the lottery or he got it from collecting pennies in a jar, or I don't know that the relevance of where he came up with the funds to pay it is frankly relevant at all.
Right? It's discrimination. What's going on?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. And Mr. Otter is correct. Other than if it goes to any kind of credibility, I'll have to rule on it later on. Yeah, honestly.
I'm not taking a position here nor there about what the validity of the receipt or if the money's. I just don't think where the money came from, whether if there's money and he claims that he has paid the money, I don't think it matters where that money came from, whether he was working.
And that's a good catch that lawyer jumped in with, because it's not relevant. It's irrelevant where the money comes in. Now, like when it comes to financial crimes and stuff like that, the what's admissible with regards to your credibility, a lot more is admissible with regards to your credibility. Like evidence of prior convictions is admissible during a trial in financial crimes. So yeah, this is crazy.
Working at 7-Eleven or doing what?
It may go to credibility, it may not. I'm not going to make any just speculating decisions on any of it. So let's do this. Mr. Belzer, why don't we do this? Because this is going to be more than just this. Why don't we open up discovery, allow discovery for a period of time? How much time do we need for anything at all? I mean, it should be short anyways. I mean, if
Opening up discovery just means that he's gonna have a period to for them to put in evidence, pretty much.
there's nothing, we got
2
nothing.
weeks. Judge, I'm leaving the 26th and will not be back until October the 5th. So if we're gonna pick a date, I can't be here for those dates.
Okay.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'm ready to proceed. I don't know what's going on. All I know is
Mr. Miller, it's to your best interest if we adjourn it for a bit. Because if I make a decision today, I'm speculating on a whole lot of stuff, and I'm not going to do that. So,
Ain't that something? Ain't that something? How the attorney comes in, hit some legal points, that, and the judge pretty much just told him the people done already say they can't find or whatever about the land contract or whatever. So the chances are they may come up with no proof of ownership of this home and title and all this and that and the whatever the judge is asking for, or some proof to prove one that because this is what can eventually happen, which is kind of happening to set the stage for this black dude to say, hey, you need to prove that you're the owner of this house, other than what you're saying that you had authority to make a land contract and thereby make a rental agreement and so on and so forth. It's setting the stage. This is cray. You see how this judge just did the flip flop on them white people, these good old white people. They just confused.
Let's adjourn to. I'm sorry. If we do, I'm sorry, Mr. Belzer. When are you gone again?
The 26th of this month until October the 5th.
So what we got beyond those? We can either do next week, or we can do it October 8th is when after you get back.
Next week will be fine.
Okay. So we'll set it on for next week, September 24th. And let's just set a different time because I'm sure this is going to be like, yeah, let's do 11 o'clock.
And Your Honor, at this time, we have not entered an appearance because we were not going to represent, but I am going to take this back to see if we can, in fact, enter a full appearance beyond advice. So if I do, I will make sure I get an appearance to the court and to Mr. Belzer.
Okay, cool. That's perfect. So we'll just leave that open, and I will hopefully, quite frankly, it'd be helpful if we did have, but we'll just leave it at that. I'm going to leave my notes here, and we'll see everybody next week.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good day.
You too. You too, guys. Bye. Bye.
The judges. That is crazy, right? That is so crazy. That's that's a serious situation. I mean, so it's both with educational and entertaining at the same time. But listen, won't we find a will and a way? We'll take your shit. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. That was just too funny to me. But let me see. So who we got up next? And final. They have a clip of P. Diddy getting arrested. Mm-hmm. I want to put that on the record. Don't know if anybody's seen that yet. That is so crazy. I just can't believe this. Like, what are we doing? So, let me get that. I want to put that up here for a little minute before I take it down so we can see the whole thing. Be showing them some respect. All right, again. Maybe they was laying and waiting. Laying and waiting. Oh, Puffy. So I wanted to make sure I got Court TV's reaction and breakdown on the record, and also Dennis Byrne was on this episode. I haven't watched it. I didn't even know he was on it. I saw that they had weighed in. I was like, okay, I need to get them on the record as well. So of course it's going to be some stuff that's repetitive, but these people's breakdown won't be. I want to get that on the record. You need some Giordone and Jesus. No, gonna kill me.
I'm Vinnie Politan. The subject of my investigation is Sean Diddy Combs, a man who's been in the public spotlight for years, but now is in trouble for what prosecutors say has been happening behind closed doors. Allegations and conduct that has some comparing it to Epstein-like behavior. Here's the story. At one time, he was the king of hip-hop, one of the early pioneers who took his music and culture and turned it into hundreds of millions of dollars, establishing himself as a true power broker in the world of entertainment. Sean Puffy P. Diddy Combs has gone by many names and nicknames, but now he has a new title, federal indictee. Diddy has been accused of engaging in sex trafficking and racketeering, charges that could keep him locked up for the rest of his life. The allegations are serious and include recording lewd acts, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, and other offenses. Prosecutors say he abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. Diddy has denied all the allegations, but will have to defend himself in federal court when prosecutors try the case and try to lock up Diddy for decades. Unreal. When you think about it, when I think about it, you go back in time. It seems like yesterday, but it was a while ago when he burst onto the scene. And then you saw the rise to fame and fortune and really becoming a mogul in the entertainment business. You talk about a fall from grace. I want you to take a listen. This is the U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, whose office is handling the case against Diddy and investigated the case against Diddy. And in particular, zeroing in on what seems to be an ongoing, I don't know if you would call it a party or something that was happening that would often result in this type of conduct. And it had a strange name. They call them freak-offs. Take a listen.
The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers.
This is some extreme behavior that's being alleged here. And it brings me to my first question, and it's about these freak-offs, which is, what exactly happened at Diddy's freak-offs? What's going on here? Do people know about this? Was this a secret? Let me bring in my guest going to help us through all of this. Joining me tonight, celebrity blogger and columnist Perez Hilton is with us, and editor-in-chief of Hip Hop Inquirer, Dennis Byron. Thank you both for being here. Perez, let me ask you about freak-offs. Is this the first time you're hearing of these? What is the story behind these?
A freak-off is another way to call an orgy. I hope that's a family-friendly word without going into detail. Here's the issue. These rumors have been around for a very long time. In fact, some people have publicly spoken about them, but the legacy media, traditional outlets were afraid of covering it because it's highly litigious. If you were to say, Diddy's been engaging in this, we heard from a source, Diddy would sue you. And that's why he was able to get away with this, according to the feds, for decades. And also with the aiding and abiding, the accomplices being his staff who helped him run this criminal operation.
Dennis Byron, let me ask you, freak-offs. Was everyone using this term? Had you ever heard this term before? And what's your understanding of who's going to these things?
I know for a fact I'm not one of the people who participate in any freak-offs. Well, I've been covering Mr. Combs for well over 30 years, and I've been invited to parties as a member of the press. I have never personally witnessed this. I've heard chatter about this, but for the most part, most of his parties have been well attended by some of the biggest names in entertainment. So if something happened after 2 or 3 in the morning, I wasn't there. So, I've heard the term, but I've never participated in any freak-offs with Mr. Combs or anyone else. But again, these are some serious allegations.
Oh, absolutely. I want to remind folks, because we covered this story previously, the civil lawsuit by Cassie, and I want to read part of this, which sort of traces the origins of the freak-offs. The first time Mr. Combs, this is the allegations in the civil case, Mr. Combs hired a man and brought the man to his home in Los Angeles. The man, Mr. Combs, and Ms. Ventura wore masquerade masks and ingested drugs. Mr. Combs directed Ms. Ventura to perform sexual acts with this man while Mr. Combs watched them. He masturbated while he directed Ms. Ventura and the man to do specific sexual acts. The entire encounter lasted multiple days. Mr. Combs began to call the arrangement a freak-off or an FO. Ms. Ventura was eventually instructed to use websites and escort services to find male sex workers to participate. There's more here. I'm not going to read that part. Wow, it gets bad. They're talking about sex workers and then drugs. Perez, is my understanding of these freak-offs that it's more about Diddy and one partner he's with that he wants to see with other men? Or is this more of a group party? Like, is it a party, or is it like Diddy, Cassie, or someone else, and then they bring in these other folks and the staff is sort of helping produce the whole thing?
Well, I don't think the staff is there, although according to the indictment, the staff was aware. They were helping to plan. They would, coordinate airfare, sometimes traveling people in by plane. What this was, and even as recently as this week when he was arrested, the authorities say that Diddy had drugs in his hotel room. This is an addict who was functioning as an addict, who would throw drug-fueled parties, and according to the indictment against him, would often videotape what was happening at the party to use those recordings against the participants. He's been accused of kidnapping. He's been accused of even arson. The most mind-blowing things, which Cassie previously alluded to. His ex-girlfriend, Cassie, said that there was a period of time back in the early 2010s where she dated Kid Cudi, and Diddy did not like that. He was very possessive and jealous and threatened Kid Cudi, and then Kid Cudi's car caught on fire. This is a dangerous man who wanted to be out on bail, and thankfully the judge denied that, although there will be a bail appeal.
Right. Dennis, when you first started getting wind of all these allegations becoming very public, did it shock you? Did it surprise you after covering this man for so many years professionally?
What shocked me was the video of Cassie Ventura and seeing it in real time, because Diddy has a public persona that it hadn't been tarnished up until that video. While we've heard a lot of rumors, the video that we see, we heard a lot of rumors about, you know, he's not the guy to mess with. We know he's very powerful. We know that he can make or break a career. But that video really shocked me. I think that was the moment I had to take a step back and question whether or not these other claims there's truth to some of these other claims.
All right, Perez Hilton, Dennis Byron staying with us. Coming up next, why did it take so long for Diddy to be charged?
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
The 15-year-old girl named Carly Gregg did something that will define the rest of her life.
According to the prosecution, she shot her mom twice in the head, tried to shoot her stepfather. She looks like a little girl. She is a little girl.
You don't just wake up and kill your parents.
This seemed to come out of nowhere.
The deadly daughter.
I'm trying to see if they get me. Hold on, I've got to log into my Google. Yeah, I don't know why it's not appearing. Oh, let me put it back up there. It's not appearing on my side, so.
Her murder trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, 8/7 Central on Court TV.
This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
That's the U.S. attorney, and they don't come more famous than P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. I mean, this guy's been a star for decades now. For decades. Not just a star, rich, powerful, everything that comes along with it. But here's the U.S. attorney on the day announcing the indictment and describing these allegations.
Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
2008. They're saying the conduct goes back to at least 2008, which brings me to my next question, which is, why did it take so long for Diddy to be charged? Still with us, celebrity blogger and columnist Perez Hilton and editor-in-chief of Hip Hop Inquirer, Dennis Byron. Perez, from your perspective, why did it take so long here for him to finally be charged for something?
I think because people were afraid to speak out. It took really Cassie going public with her lawsuit against him and laying it all out there in that court document, all of the things she alleged happened. And that lawsuit was taken care of within hours by Diddy. They reached a settlement. But after she sued him and said, this is my truth, this is what happened, that kind of opened the doors. And I'm thinking that around the same time is when this federal investigation began, if not prior. And I'm thankful that the authorities took their time to get an overabundance of evidence. It's going to be very hard for him. I mean, they've already have in possession videos. They have illegally possessed firearms. They possessed drugs, narcotics from him. We got a preview in court as to what we can expect when the trial happens. His attorney actually told the judge repeatedly that Diddy is innocent and that all is not as it seems, referencing that now infamous video with Cassie where he's dragging her through the hotel. The lawyer claimed in court that Diddy was also a victim of domestic abuse, that Cassie was violent to him. And he reiterated that all of these relations that Diddy engaged in were consensual. I'm sure in a trial we will hear differently from the parties involved.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But the lines have been drawn. I want to go through a little bit of a timeline here just to outline some of the allegations and lawsuits through the years. November 16th, 2023, former longtime girlfriend Cassie Ventura filed a civil suit against Combs, is what Perez just referenced, alleging physical, sexual, emotional abuse over a decade. November 23rd, Joy Dickerson Neal filed suit against Combs, accusing him of drugging and raping her in January of 1991. When she was a college student at Syracuse. Lisa Gardner filed a lawsuit against Combs, claiming that he and the singer-songwriter both took turns raping her and a friend one night in the early 90s. December 6th, 2023, Combs, a business associate and a third defendant, are named in a complaint by a woman identified only as Jane Doe, who alleged that in 2023, when she was 17, she was sex trafficked and gang raped by Combs, the associate and a third assailant. February 26, 2024, music producer Rodney Little Rod Jones sued Combs, accusing him in graphic detail of unwanted sexual contact and of forcing him to hire prostitutes and to participate in sex acts with them. May 2024, surveillance video released. We've been talking about it. 2016 altercation showing Diddy assaulting Cassie Ventura. May 24, former model named Christy McKinney accused Combs of sexually assaulting her in 2003 at his recording studio in New York when she was just 22. May 23rd, a woman named April Lampros filed a lawsuit accusing Combs of drugging and sexually assaulting him after she met him more than 20 years ago. June 10th, a Michigan inmate claims Combs drugged and sexually assaulted him at a party in Detroit in 1997. July 3rd, former adult film actress files a suit claiming sex trafficking and naming a woman accused of being to Combs what Ghislaine Maxwell was to Jeffrey Epstein. Former bandmate in September, Dawn Richard, accused him of terrorizing and sexually abusing her in a lawsuit. September 2024, arrested and indicted on these charges. Dennis Byron, it's a long history. I understand civil lawsuits, when you have deep pockets, people go after you. But from your perspective, why did it take so long for him to be criminally charged for something if all this is sort of percolating in the background?
Because you never had anyone that would actually come out and say that Puff did these things to them. It took Cassie, and I'm going to commend her for this, that she had the courage to come out and tell her story. And that motivated others to come out. And I can tell you, covering the R. Kelly trial in New York, I don't see a way for him to get out of this case. I do see there's a 99% chance he's going to get convicted if he doesn't take a plea deal. This is Southern District of New York.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They rarely lose cases.
It's the same case. It's the same case. The blueprint is there. You read the words. There's a lot of similarities. The actions here, though, the allegations are a little more extreme than R. Kelly, believe it or not. I want you to take a listen to the U.S. Attorney being asked that question, why did it take so long?
The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today.
Okay, Perez, not really an answer there, but one thing he did say, it's ongoing. They're asking for more people if they have information, probably asking for more accusers to come forward if they exist. Perez, do you expect this thing to get bigger in terms of more accusers? And do you expect any celebrities, not naming names, but do you expect other celebrities, perhaps their names, to be a part of this, not on the end of being a victim, but on the end of kind of being with Diddy?
No, from all that I've read, it's not another literal Jeffrey Epstein situation. These freak-ons, the orgies that Diddy would put on were with most often sex workers and the women and sometimes men in his life. It wasn't, Jay-Z, and it wasn't Kanye and all these people having this massive free-for-all. It was all centered around Diddy, the sex workers, and the women or men that he had intimate relations with, is my understanding. And I've also heard enough from former prosecutors and other legal scholars that it's unlikely they are guesstimating that Diddy will accept a plea deal, because he is facing, if convicted on all charges, life in prison. So they're going to fight this, and it's going to be very costly for him. He is struggling somewhat financially. He is selling his private plane. He listed his Los Angeles mansion up for sale. So it's a difficult time for him.
Perez Hilton, Dennis Byron, really appreciate it. Thanks so much. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues. I'm Vinny Politan. We continue our investigation of Sean Diddy Combs. The writing seemed to be on the wall when Combs was sued civilly for alleged conduct that was clearly criminal in nature. Well, now the page is turned, and Diddy's problems are not money, but instead a potential of life behind bars. Here's the story. His parties in Hollywood are legendary. His empire immense. His bank account huge. But now the world of Sean Puffy P. Diddy Combs has changed dramatically. Federal prosecutors want to send him from his mansions into a prison cell after indicting him on racketeering charges. They allege he was running a criminal organization where he abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. Diddy is facing decades behind bars, but has denied all the allegations and conduct he's been accused of. So now it looks like a jury of 12 will have to decide where Diddy will reside for the rest of his life. Everything is at stake here. I mean, everything. When you are backed up against the wall and you are facing an indictment where you can spend the rest of your life in prison, you're going to put everything that you can to fight these charges. And I think that's where Diddy is going to end up in all of this. But let's begin with what the U.S. attorney is talking about here, the type of behavior, the allegations of the conduct on how Diddy was using his power and his control over his victims. Take a listen.
And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses.
The last time I was covering a Diddy trial, right around the turn of the century, it involved a weapon. He was found not guilty in New York, but that was sort of, everyone thought that was a big deal. That's nothing compared to the allegations here, which brings me to my next question, which is the violence. How dangerous is Diddy? You heard the U.S. Attorney. He's talking about violence. He's talking about weapons. Joining me tonight, multimedia personality and host of the national radio show Dish Nation, Headcrack is with us, and entertainment reporter for the Associated Press, Andrew Dalton. Great to see you both. Thanks for being here. Headcrack, let me ask you, how dangerous is Diddy?
Depends who you believe. I think Kid Cudi would probably tell you a very crazy story because, you know, rumor has it that Diddy or somebody that knows Diddy might have something to do with Kid Cudi's car blowing up at one point in time. If you go back to even the early 90s when he threw this, you know, big basketball tournament but didn't have enough security to hold everything together and people got killed, that was dangerous, but it was dangerous in a different way. It was somebody being reckless and, you know, chasing the money and not necessarily making sure everybody's safety was at bay. And then, you know, you go back to the shootout with Shine and J-Lo, you know, way back in, you know, the late 90s, early 2000s. You know, a woman got shot in the face over that. And that same woman, I believe, was very adamant that it was Diddy who shot the gun that night. So if you listen to the victims, sounds like he's very dangerous. Disappointing as a hip-hop fan.
Yeah. Andrew Dalton, you know, we look at what's this happening here with these allegations, and I think the surprising part for me is the violence part of it, right? Because I heard the other rumors about the masks, the freak-offs and everything else, but the intimidation and the violence involved here kind of took me back for a moment. From your perspective, covering this, studying this, how dangerous is Diddy?
You know, most of the stories we've heard do go back, you know, as both of you were talking about, many years. And he's cultivated this very different image of this kind of global jet-setting, you know, party-throwing businessman, also of this sort of doting, loving father to a lot of kids. And that kind of part of his past has been buried in the background. And, you know, a lot of it has recently come back up. I mean, you know, most of the allegations of violence are a little bit vague and more in the past, although when it comes to the direct intimidation of witnesses, there were a lot more specific allegations aired more recently. One of the reasons that he's being held in jail is specifically because of a worry of that. You know, when Cassie filed her lawsuit way back in November, prosecutors say it was almost immediately that he was, you know, reaching out to intimidate other victims, usually with just with threats, but the violence would loom.
Now, in Cassie's lawsuit against Diddy, she alleged that he physically abused her in a hotel hallway. The surveillance video of that incident was obtained exclusively by CNN. Here is that video. And, you know, Headcrack, as we watch this video, this was like a big moment public. When this became public, I think all of a sudden it's so much more real for everyone to be able to now think that Diddy could be this violent and could be this dangerous.
Absolutely. I mean, here's the thing. If liars will lie until their lie is proven to be a lie. And, you know, before that video came out, he was very adamant that, hey, man, I ain't do no wrongdoing. Then the video came out, I was like, yo, my bad, I'm a different person. So, you know, seeing that video in high resolution 4K definitely paints a narrative and it gets a conversation going and a story started that a lot of people have been whispering for a long time, but now they're saying it louder. And, you know, and I think we're just beginning to get to the tip of the iceberg.
I want to take a listen to the U.S. Attorney, Damian Williams. And in this part, he's talking about the weapons that were seized.
As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there.
Andrew Dalton, how do you see the significance of that aspect of what's being alleged here, the weapons that are seized, and what picture that paints or doesn't paint of Diddy and his world?
Yeah, the U.S. Attorney definitely intends to, use that imagery in a big way. The charges as they've been revealed here don't get into the guns a whole lot. I mean, they are very vague at this point anyway. I mean, the descriptions in an indictment, especially a RICO indictment like this, tend to describe conspiracy in very broad terms more than specific acts. But in some ways, the guns, a couple of which were found in his closet in Miami during the raid, they provide kind of a really useful visual that the prosecutors can pull up.
Now, Headcrack, in covering all this just recently, as we stay on top of all the court cases here at Court TV, in Keffe D's case, where he's been accused in the murder of Tupac, in his court papers, he's implicating Diddy into all of this. And throw that into the mix here, and you talk about danger. Now, I take everything with a grain of salt when a criminal defendant accused in a murder case makes an allegation, but I'm looking at it a little differently today just because of everything else that has come out about Diddy. What are your thoughts about really the level of him being literally dangerous versus trying to portray himself as someone who's kind of dangerous and you got to look out and you better listen to him?
Well, I think the wild part is, as far as the public persona goes, he never really portrayed himself as a dangerous person. You think about some of the things he did in the vote or die space back in the days. And, and even some of the charitable things that he may have done, in the past as well. He never really touted himself to be this gangster. He's more like a businessman who, finds hot artists and puts them on. So we never really looked at him through those lightened lenses. But people in the business, people who are like adjacent to certain scenarios, people who really been paying close attention with a fine-tooth comb, you start to piece things together and things start making sense. So like even what you were saying about the Keffe D thing, it's almost like you're building a puzzle and then you're missing a bunch of pieces. So you don't know what the picture's, supposed to be in the puzzle. But then when you get the right, it's like, oh, this is all connected. This is connected to that. And, and I think when it's all said and done, I think there's going to be a lot more people who's going to be named between point A and point B. You're going to realize that maybe there was some more things that maybe he had his hands on than we thought about. And, once again, I can't stress enough, it's scary and disappointing. And going back to the AR-15 thing that you mentioned, I think, with that scenario, they're just adding things because apparently it's okay to have AR-15s. Whenever a school gets shot up, the NRA is quick to be like, oh, AR-15s, they're fine. Everyone can have them. But in this scenario, it's like, oh, he had AR-15s. It's the worst thing in the world. These guns shouldn't be on the street. Nobody should be able to have access to this type of weapon.
Yeah, when it comes to the weapons, it'll be, I think, a situation of, are they legally obtained, illegally obtained? Have they scratched off serial numbers? And I think that becomes the crucial part of it. And I think you're right there, because if you're, down in Florida, yeah, you can purchase a weapon. Absolutely. Andrew, let me ask you about the repercussions of all of this, because this is a guy who is rubbing elbows with everybody. I mean, everybody, the top A-list, top flight celebrities for years he's been palling around with. What impact, if any, does that have on what is happening now with Diddy?
Yeah, he's someone whose brand is very much himself. I mean, there are other people, R. Kelly, the films of Woody Allen are produced by Harvey Weinstein, where you can say, well, I'm going to partake of the work and I consider that separate from the personality. But in the case of Diddy, his personality and his work are kind of indistinguishable. I mean, it's certainly possible to listen to some of the music he's put out or produced, but he's so much at the center of that this stuff can be sort of especially damning. as his public image, whatever it may be, is kind of everything for him. The significance of that Cassie beating video really can't be overstated. You know, a lot of allies that he seemed to have, and those prominent people that you were talking about, really abandoned him en masse in those just few days after that video was released. He had to return a key that he'd given by the mayor of New York City. You know, universities cut ties with him and things like that.
Big moment. Okay, head crack. Andrew Dalton staying with us. The U.S. Attorney basically says there's incriminating videos recorded by Diddy. So still to come. Why did Diddy record any of this?
Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs. And he often electronically recorded them.
One of the most successful true crime TV shows ever.
This is crazy.
Now has a new home on America's original true crime obsession, 48 Hours on Court TV. Coming up next on Court TV. This week on Opening Statements.
Did a Mississippi teen murder her own mother? Breaking down the deadly daughter murder trial before court begins.
Opening Statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
I know everybody got these jokes about Diddy right now. But me personally, if I was him, I'd be sick right now.
She done got the money, and she still want to take him down even more. He said that money ain't enough. She want him in jail for the rest of his life.
But now that I think about it, though, he must have did Shorty some crazy because out of everybody that got these allegations and saying that he did X, Y, and Z, only one of them got that bag. The happened at that Diddy party?
And child, if you look down here, they confiscated his electronics, so we will be getting more tea soon.
After doing stuff to people for the last 25 years of his life, man, he should have known he gonna get caught. Eventually, every dog got their day, man. I ain't gonna lie. Eventually, I do see him going to jail.
This just goes to show you, no matter how rich someone is, no matter how successful someone is, there's always skeletons in the closet. Always. Y'all stay safe out there.
The public reaction to the initial raids on Diddy's property, and now Diddy's been indicted, facing life in prison. Now, a lot of the allegations are focusing around these freak-offs. I want you to take a listen to the U.S. Attorney Damian Williams explaining the significance of them and how they make their way into this indictment.
Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs. And he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims.
They recorded him. He's recording this stuff, and now those recordings are going to be used against him, which brings me to my next question. Why did Diddy record any of this? Is it personal pleasure? Is it the collateral, blackmail? What's going on here? Still with us tonight, multimedia personality, host of the national radio show Dish Nation, head crack, and entertainment reporter for the Associated Press, Andrew Dalton. Andrew, is this about blackmailing the victims and keeping control of them because you've got the video?
That certainly seems to be the case when it comes to the freak-offs. I mean, part of it, you know, is clearly a description that just sounds like he liked sort of playing the role of porn director, and that he would, you know, film it for the same reasons he would that. But it clearly had the dual purpose, at least according to prosecutors, of becoming leverage, becoming collateral against everyone who appeared on the tapes. And all indications are across all the lawsuits that he was a chronic recorder of everything around him. The Lil Rod lawsuit describes Rodney Jones, you know, being hired to produce an album, being told, keep the tape running all the time. Whether or not anyone's making any music, when you're with me, the tape should be running. And, you know, apparently captured a lot of things that would probably be very useful to prosecutors right now. So it was clear this is a chronic habit that might go beyond individual reasons, but having that kind of leverage and having that kind of collateral is definitely part of it.
I want to put up on the screen, this is from Cassie's lawsuit. During the FOs, the freak-offs, in addition to directing Ms. Ventura and masturbating, Mr. Combs would use his phone, laptop, and tablet to film Ms. Ventura having sex with the hired sex worker. He treated the forced encounter as a personal art project, adjusting the candles he used for lighting to frame the videos he took. Headcrack, what's really going on here with this? These videos are seemingly produced, are lit, art for him. What do you suspect is the motivation behind all these videos?
I mean, for one, I think money magnifies the monster. So whatever you're into, if you have the money to do all of that and then more, you're going to do all of that. And I think, to lend to what my man was saying, some of it is for leverage. Some of it is for his personal kinks. And, and the crazy thing is, like, this type of stuff isn't new. Diddy didn't invent this. This has been something that has been going on in the entertainment business for a long time. Maybe not at the magnitude in which we're talking about right here, but, you used to hear about all these crazy Hollywood parties back in the day, when the studios were just getting started and people would record all types of activities with whatever technology they had at the time to have leverage over people and hold dominion over them. But I think, this exceeds that and gets into like a fetish arena, especially when you offering up somebody who you're in a relationship with to paid sex performers. That, my man needs a cell and a psychiatrist.
Yeah. Headcrack, let me ask you, do you suspect that anyone from Hollywood, from entertainment, from hip hop will be supporting Diddy? I cover trials all the time. There's always people supporting the accused. Sometimes it's just family members. Sometimes it's someone you might not expect. What do you expect to happen here?
I think only the squeakiest of wheels are going to get behind him at this point in time because, entertainment is about self-preservation, and we've seen it a lot of times. Whenever somebody's in the fire and the stove is hot, everybody start backing up and getting away from around these people. I mean, like, look at all these people that we're showing in this montage right here. Like, nobody has jumped out and said, I don't think he would do that. That doesn't sound like anything he would do. Everyone is just remaining silent. And is it silent because they know that there's truth to it? Or are they silent because maybe they might be implicated in some of this once we start learning who and what is exactly on some of these tapes that they confiscated? It is scary and largely disappointing because,
it is for a lot of people.
You see somebody get it. Yeah.
It really is for a lot of people. Andrew, the U.S. Attorney, it's a continuing investigation. It seemingly always is, wanting to get more information. Do you think this is the end, or do you think there's going to be more in terms of victims or more in terms of potential defendants?
There was the marked absence of the names of other defendants, and that's common, in a federal indictment like this. Early on, you had a lot of unnamed people, but there was really no one else named. But it is a really valuable tool to as you know, Vinny, to flip people. So there might be, as we speak, or in the near future, going on, attempts to certainly get people around him, anyone who was involved, to testify against him, who they put sort of at the pinnacle of this enterprise. So that will definitely be an effort. Whether there will be a whole lot more victims who have come forward, I mean, there is a moment possibly that they might see of safety here. Even beyond the sort of precedent set with the lawsuits, where he's in jail and he's being kept there. And there might be more people who feel the need, who haven't been contacted already, to come forward.
Big thank you. Headcrack Andrew Dalton, appreciate your insight and your valuable time. We'll talk again. The allegations here are shocking, to say the least. It's hard to imagine that anyone would engage in behavior like this, especially someone who built an empire and was living a life where he could literally have like anything. But perhaps that just wasn't enough. Now, the truth will hopefully come out in the courtroom, and if all of this is true, the only punishment that would be appropriate would be to keep him locked away from civilized society. We'll wait for the jury to let us know. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
Oh yeah, I want to record Court TV's breakdown of it, as well as while I've been back here, I gather a lot of the paperwork, try to stay consistent, up to date on the paperwork, even though I may not share it all because it's just too much. It's too much to read. I'm looking at the the lawsuit from Audra English back, well, not until I'll just have to read it. And it's a lot of it. Some of it I can't put up because they have they, they kind of laid it out. Let me see if the same boy attorney did hers. Cause baby, yeah. Dawn said I'm just looking at some of the stuff Dawn said in her lawsuit. She said she witnessed a lot of this shit that happened to Cassie. So she might be a witness. Let me see who filed this lawsuit. Some So that boy Tyron, attorney Tyron Blackman, he did he did how he laid the civil lawsuit out, and it had like it read like a criminal complaint that combined both the criminal complaint and the actual particulars of the story. Usually with the indictment, which is a complaint, you have what they are going to prove, which are the facts in the case and the elements, and maybe some information with regards to who the victim and or the victim witnesses and or the individuals will be, right? Put that in indictment. And listen, they look like with how Tyrone laid out his civil lawsuit for Lil Rod. Seemed like everybody kind of, well, they really, let me say, Cassie kind of kicked it off. Tyrone, uh, Lil Rod put the boom to it, and everybody kind of followed that layout pretty much, right? The other ones that have come through have said that, and I think that we connect the dots and all of that. We kind of get ahead of it to see who's gonna most likely gonna appear against Diddy, right? And just doing a little, you know, controlled find. Dawn said that she witnessed some of the alleged abuse against Cassie, as well as the abuse she experienced. And then the that porn girl, hers is, her claim is even longer. Baby, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that all these people show up as witnesses against um P Diddy, and they may fall in the uncharged acts area as well. Now that I think about it, I mean, it's a lot of ass and shit up on in one of these complaints. I don't want to be scrolling and scroll past some ass that ain't supposed to be on there. But yeah, natural bone ass is on some of these complaints. Natural bone ass is on him. I'm talking about. I ain't trying to get that kind of issue, whatever, because then natural bone ass is on there. That's crazy. It's a lot going on. So I mean, I'm pretty sure that indictment is going to be superseded. Um, and no, they're, you know, they don't. Mm, so we don't know if the people, if they're going to put names in there, or if they're going to keep it, anonymous. Usually, when it has something to do with sex abuse and things of that nature, they usually keep the indictments anonymous, right? Hold on for a minute. I use the restroom real bad. I'm holding it. Hold on for 1 minute. Boy, ain't nobody in here but you. Um, oh, what else? Oh, so at some point, I don't know if YSL will have a slow day or something, or maybe if I feel like it, maybe we can go through the first few pages of those lawsuits to get them on the record because baby, there's a lot going on these people, and I don't know if these people are going to be victim witnesses and or witnesses against Combs, and did they produce evidence? Because see, the way they laid out those claims, right? It suggested they got evidence of what they allege. So did they turn over that shit to the people? But the main thing I want to know is who turned that tape over? Did they find it? Because I said either they found it in his search or the popo and the popo turned it over to um, CNN or the attorney or somebody turned it over to CNN, something like that. Because I think they said that Mr. Combs made the video disappear. Now so what somebody had the video from all that long time and then turned it in after the fact? Well, no, they ain't been turned it in all this long time, so why would it be after the fact? If the hotel still had it, then I would say that maybe the hotel. I don't know. I'm just be honest. I don't know. But nothing said that Cassie had a copy of it, so that's why I took her out. Unless I'm missing something. And listen, you know the kind of sources I like. I don't like just sources that's just doing anything for YouTube likes and views, or for just to be on TikTok talking and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not feeding into that. I don't feed into what Jaguar Wright says. I don't feed into what Gene Deal says. I'm not feeding into no finding of no Kim Porter book. I'm not doing any of that. You understand what I'm saying? Because unless her daughters and her son come out and say, yeah, that's my mom's book, that's straight from mom's journal and all that type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Because how is the book finding its way to the streets? And maybe I ain't, because I haven't paid attention enough, maybe somebody haven't given me those chain of events. But I know everybody's not going to ask those questions. I'm going to ask those questions. Where you get this from? How did you get it? I don't want to hear nothing about no source. Because you can tell me the chain of events without giving me the source. So, mm-mm. Somebody can even come up with a whole bunch of bullshit and put it out and say that it's somebody's unofficial shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of bullshit going on. And due to the fact that we live in a culture where they just doing anything for money, anything you know, for some screen time. I just don't know. But due to the fact that Kim and Puffy and all that, they were all, close still after the fact. And she brought they brought a new meaning to the word non-traditional family. Cause looked like all the baby mamas were all friends before and after and all this here with the dealing with the puppy. I'm like, well, did somebody say, okay, I would be a party to this already established relationship of two. I'll be the third wheel or a third party. I'll put it like that. Like, there's a lot going on in Puppy's life. I just, ooh, I just don't know no men that need that much attention or sex. Maybe they do, and I just ain't bothered to, question them like that. They have been personally in my life and in my bed, okay? Or me and his. Yeah. Like, because they be tired and I be tired. God damn. I mean, people need IVs and shit to come out like damn. That's somebody, as my mama say, part of the instructions that your family tell you. My family ain't give us them instructions. Y'all family gave y'all come back with the money and all this, and they don't help take care of the baby and all this extra shit. Well, they not gonna help take care of the baby and shit like that, or all this extra shit. Get out by the time you're 18 and all this bullshit. No, they told me don't let nobody Georgia you. Y'all know what that means? Don't let nobody Georgia you. Y'all gonna pass out when you find out the meaning. That means don't let nobody fuck you to death. That's what that means. Don't let nobody Georgia you. Oh, yeah, they don't want you. They was worried about you being using abusing your insides being messed up. We country. Don't let nobody Georgia you. So when y'all giving y'all children the sex talk, you can tell them, don't let nobody Georgia them. Tell them that. That means fuck you to death. And Florida and Georgia have had an adversarial relationship, so anything bad with Georgia. Oh Lord, don't let nobody Georgia you. Honey, it's so crazy. It seemed like my cousin, because I told you I dipped out. It seemed like my cousin knew more of the boys got more instructions than we did. We just got protection. People walking all around with you, and somebody that the family we got security. The boys got all the talking because some of them sayings and parables that my cousin, you heard my cousin run by me. They ain't never told me that. I mean, but they were real. They got like extra family talk on the nothings and the boogers. Yeah, they got all that extra talk about them. Mm-hmm. Stay clear of their ass. Mm-hmm. Stay clear, baby. I'm putting on y'all hear that? Those are my gloves. And guess what I'm putting them gloves to do? Guess what I'm gonna do with my gloves on? I'm listening to eat some barbecue chips. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna put these barbecue chips in my head, and I'm gonna be right back. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Back to chips, y'all. But yeah, that's some crazy shit. But you know what? Um, Men with power, and it doesn't mean, yeah, I don't mean you gotta have much money as Puffy. But there's people that do it, shit. And some of y'all let a motherfucker that broke 99 have power over you. I don't know how that works, but whatever. And they, the messing with her contract and stuff like that. That's of course that's a way of control and all kinds of things of that nature. I know credit card man friend. I really didn't like him, but I'm gonna tell you a story. Wait a minute, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. I really didn't particularly care about him, care for him, because I just thought that he was too controlling. I mean, it was ridiculous. And one day, this should happen because let me tell you, when I tell you the streets don't owe me shit, um, making a big deal about going somewhere nice to you, I don't even understand none of this. I just be sitting here looking, and I want you to go back to what the OG say. If he said, well, the government said that we was doing 300,000 a week. All right, notice how you put it. Okay, so anyway, but I remember going out to one of those white linen ass restaurants, right? Of course, we ain't gotta pay because why? The people, right? The people. However, it can be tricky now because it can go for that the table, which is normally what it is. But if somebody got, you know, if your dude call and say, hey, she got to pay, all right, then that's what it's gonna be. It's crazy, right? So I didn't really like this dude. I didn't like how he was treating the girl and what have you. And she too weak to come up under that shit and be like, because a lot of women get um spoiled by the fact of and complacent and will take anything just by the fact that somebody taking care of your motherfucking ass, getting you in places that you couldn't get in without they ass, right? Shit like that. I believe that a lot of these women that got caught up in these lawsuits and shit like that, got or these women that ain't saying nothing, whatever, they took whatever abuse they took, got fucked to death and had to be brought back by IVs and shit like that, whatever, because they got whatever out the deal. And I think that, you may see, you would probably see, and this is just my speculation, you would probably see the women that is referred. I mean, I'm make a distinction. The known prostitutes maybe take the stand or whatever, versus the ones that wouldn't really be considered a prostitute, although the law can classify both the sex for money type whatever prostitution. All right. So for a distinction going forward, I call one underground and I call the other one above ground prostitution. I don't know what other way to distinguish it. I ain't gonna go all into it, but I go into it as much as I'm willing to do. But anyway, so this girl, she had a little job and stuff like that. But you know, she also fell in love with the trappings of what that dude was providing and shit. So he was mad at her because in an argument or whatever, she did take this one time to stand up for herself. God forbid she do that. Anybody do that? And okay, so he took the car from her, so they put it back into the to her regular car, which was still a decent car, but it wasn't, you know. Took the car from her, but we didn't know he was gonna do the next stuff. He did tell her that he was gonna cancel the credit cards, right? He did tell her that, and they were in a long relationship. It's crazy. They was in a relationship before I met them. See, I'm new, or well, was newer to that situation. So they were established way before I come in the situation. So we go out to one of the places on Riverside. Mm, 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 mm. Get on up in there. The dude comes and bring a bill. Now we looking crazy. Like, huh? I'm looking real crazy. Like we called before time. So that you had everybody know we coming. The dude comes and bring a bill. But when he brought the bill, it was I guess was some confusion because he brought a bill for the whole table. Hold on now. And I'm looking like, wait a minute. So I get some on the phone, with credit card, man. Like, hey, wait a minute. Blah, 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 with that la in his ear. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't canceled shit. I ain't said, I didn't say nothing about, y'all wouldn't cover no more. What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? So he called the people, to minimize embarrassment. He calls the people and say, no, just, take care. Come to find out, child, the dude had done canceled her from the restaurant. Yeah. And that's some shit. And had us looking crazy. And not that, we couldn't afford to pay, but the fact of the matter is, it's like, what are you talking about? Like this? Huh? It was a lot of us too. I didn't know what everybody had. But shit, we was looking like, wait a minute. And we did that thing where, you order like a lot of it in a group type manner, whatever, not just individual meals with a lot of stuff in, like a lot of appetizers so everybody can sample and stuff like that. Shit, that bill was up there. You got me fucked up. Like, what you talking about? What you talking about? Like, huh? And the white people, we the only faces that, but you got me fucked up. It was her, yeah. He won't show her ass. And from that point, baby, I was giving him a unit every time I saw him. And he knew I ain't really like him. He would always take her, no, yeah, and don't like me, ha, and don't like me, don't like me, ha. I sure enough didn't talk too damn much, for one. And two, I didn't like, how they, she would just, you could tell it was always something or whatever, because she would get stiff when he was around. I'm like, what kind of shit is this? Bitch, is he beating your ass? We can do something about that. God damn. Yeah. And she stayed after that. After, when it was more to it just then, counseling her free meal privileges. It was the taking of the car, the canceling off the credit card, the this, that, what. That's all a method of manipulation and control, right? How long you been dealing with this shit? What? No, ma'am. That shit was crazy. That was crazy. That day, we had to order all that shit. Crab this. Some people had lobster that. Hey, the hell you mean? I'm looking, I got on that line. What? He said, what you talking about? What you, wait a minute, hold on. Calm down. What you talking about? Shit. Yeah, it was him. It was her nigga. Mm-hmm. True story. Her motherfucking nigga. I'm like, bitch, who does deals with all of this? I can't do it. I don't give a damn what's in the deal. I cannot do it. Hey, Mo, I got to put some more of that paperwork on the record. I got to go and look at those indictments. I mean, those civil lawsuits. It's some other people's getting their ass beat by Puffy. Yeah, there's some stuff. Them people are alleging some shit in there, and I'm trying to tell who gonna show up, who is taking the stand, and what's your story? You know, I just can't be bothered with all of that. That's too much. And I told you how the dude that was messing with, how she gonna call herself being mad for a day and gonna have Polo Keith come here from Orlando. Yeah, Polo Keith got her and Polo Keith got robbed that night. That boy hit Jacksonville that day. He was robbed that night. Somebody was sitting on her house. I following her. And took his Gucci link necklace and bracelet. And they come to my house. I don't know why everybody come to my house looking for a gun or some bullets. I have no idea how that works. Like, huh? And because Yvette is the one that asked, and y'all just got to know, um, she ain't finna shoot no damn body. She ain't finna do none of that. You know, she'll fight when pushed. Other than that, she not doing all of that. Girl, she talking about, where your gun? I'm like, huh? I just started laughing. I'm like, you want to be one of the girls that you goddamn talk about? Okay, honey. But you know what? When I had found out, like I said, baby, listen, when your mama removes herself from the situations, baby, your mama removes herself. She be on the island somewhere. And I just found out, and you heard my friend say that the guy, the OG, his grandkids are ATK. And I'm like, I wanted to say, but I didn't get a chance to get into it. How the hell you know? Because you supposed to remove yourself too. But I guess once you was, anyway. But oh, that's it for the do. Oh, about the girl that got arrested in connection to the murder of Julio, which is the KTA. It's a girl, in there. You know what I'm saying? It was like it was some what is it, Shakira, or whatever her name is, the girl from Chicago that they said had 17 bodies. I don't know, but she was a young girl. She was killing motherfuckers like I think at 14, 13, some shit like that. The little girl from Chicago, KT or something like that. It was, KT's before KTs and apparently afterwards. These women or young girls, they sliding too. Mm. Well, oh Mo, did you hear what I said? I said that these people, some people need Jesus and Gia don't. I think that's an even, that's a balance we can strike. They need Jesus and Gia don't. Hmm. But y'all, oh my gosh, I gotta stop enjoying these channels. Now I'm going through. It's so many of them. Now I'm going through and trying to put mark them favorites and arrange them in alphabetical order from A to Z, so it can make it better for the search and stuff like that. Yeah, I try. I organize, but yeah, it's a lot going on. They are going to, I guess, clean up the streets, and I guess, the streets they think need cleaning up by Rico. I mean, this could be a good question. I mean, do you think that the legal system is weaponizing the legal system? Okay. Mm, I don't know, but how they arrested him on that, it showed they had a little dignity, and I'll give him a little respect and whatever. Didn't really put it out there like that. I'm still thinking that they leaked that tape of Cassie and B. Listen to him. Should you cheat, and if you law enforcement, um, it just depends. Because I was going to be a hypocrite right now, so I ain't gonna do that. But because they are allowed to lie and bend the rules a little bit, so it's within the job description. Okay. I'm thinking they probably leaked that video to go ahead and get some sense of, if any, because they know that people love celebrities, and a lot of times celebrities are hard to get a conviction for, because of the love of celebrities. That's why I don't know what that old ranky danky trashy ass shit them people done put together in Georgia, but they ain't got much sense. I don't know why they, I guess Fonnie want to do it herself. Well, Fonnie should have let the feds do it. Call them and say, hey, this is, and it's like, and it can't. I'm pretty sure the jurisdiction would be clear. But hey, as how we say, if we ain't got jurisdiction, we'll make jurisdiction. We'll find jurisdiction. Whatever. Don't worry about that. What you got? You know? Mm, 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 mm. It's so tore up. It's so tore up. It's so tore up. And to know that Woody was talking about, they knew that Woody might get on the stand and say this and not say this and not in ahead of the time, and they couldn't make a better game prep than that. I just don't even understand. At least I don't even understand what is going on. And I'm having a hard time reconciling it. Other attorneys having a hard time reconciling it. What you think the jury is? Because I like that's crazy. You know? And here's another thing. Due to double jeopardy, if the case is dismissed, not dismissed, if they're found, not guilty, you can't do nothing about it. I'm sorry, Lord. I know I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy. Hold on. Let me take this in steps. Take this in steps. If it's found like they can't, make a decision, right? I know I need something to eat. I ain't eating, but did I eat yesterday? Oh. But if they're unable, if it's a hung jury, due to double jeopardy, it's gonna be an issue with filing RICO. That's what you charge them with. And definitely with the same crimes, because you specifically laid out all the shit in there. You use the same evidence, can't get charged for the same crimes, the same elements. You're gonna have to change them. They're gonna have to be very, very, very different, or it's got to go to another jurisdiction. So maybe that's what. Maybe they saying maybe they got a safety net and they'll let the feds do it if they fuck it up. Okay. If it's dismissed, well, in both cases, whether it's a hung jury or if it's dismissed, you're gonna have double. You may have double jeopardy and statute of limitations issues because now, with the exception of murder, the rest of those, most of the, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't know, whenever everything they charged happened. But I'm thinking they taking everything from like 15. I don't know. No, because I don't remember the indictment that well. But regardless, most statute of limitations are 5 to 10. 10 years probably at the max, and that's usually some financial or something like that. But it's 10 at the max. Normally 5, with the exception of murder. So if you can't charge them with the same shit, because you're very specific with what you charge them with. Very specific. And see, when crafting up indictments, you got to think, you still got to think strategy. You got to think about the long run, the whole thing. You don't list all that shit in there like that. You got to, be somewhat vague in areas and make, it's take for instance, right? And I like how what her name is, the lady who prosecuted R. Kelly, when they were saying, why didn't you charge him with the same kind of RICO that they charge Diddy with? And she was like, it's pretty much strategy. Right? They done laid out, Georgia done laid out everything in there. It's in the indictment. That means you got to prove all of that. When you look at the federal indictments, the ones that have come out of New York, because Chicago, it listed a bunch of shit in there too. But with New York, and especially that third one. I mean, the one that came out with Diddy, baby, there's barely anything in there. There's enough to get that federal indictment and the grand jury indictment. I'm sorry, and we're going from there. But they don't have, well, I mean, with Georgia indictment, Thug ate lunch at 2 o'clock back on December  21st in 2017. He had a ham sandwich, some beans, but you have to prove that because you put in an indictment. And guess what? The judge is going to issue an instruction to the jury, which is called a jury charge, the complete instruction, that says that they have to prove that. Sometimes you have two types of jurors, right? One that says, well, if they couldn't prove half of it, I'm going to say the whole thing is not, it's probably, untrue. Or you're going to have the juror that does what the judge says and take it count by count, element by element, and say, okay, maybe he did this. Well, we say he did this, but we don't have the evidence to say he did that. So we're gonna find him not guilty on this, guilty on that. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got to take and account for the juror's psyche. Like, oh my gosh, child Shibuki, this is terrible. I mean, that lists everything in there. And guess what? You got to prove everything. Dumb dumb. And I wonder, because we see how love overstates and all of that. I wonder did love the draft that damn thing up. But you put everything in there. And he was on social media crashing a gun. And they did this him. And they did this him. And they did that. Well, guess what? You got to prove this him. And prove that. Because you're a dumb. You're a dumb. And if it wasn't for the fact that, and I usually don't lean either way, because I'm not going to do it now, but I'm going to say this. If it wasn't for the fact that someone lost their lives, I would say I hope they be found innocent. It would be found innocent to show they ass, teach them a lesson. Y'all ignorant. In Fulton County, that's just what it is. You don't put all that shit in there. Oh my goodness. And Doug, on March 28th, 2018, Doug did a song with Chris Brown. Dumb dumb. Y'all, I mean, this is crazy. I'm scratching where my calf used to be. Ain't nothing back here but some meat. Ain't that something that says I need to get my life in order after I watch these channels? What came? Oh, y'all, Big Brother came on today. And guess what? Guess what? If I don't catch it in what they came what about 9, 8, 9. So I might start have to turn to Texas. Let me see. Damn. Hold on. Y'all can still be there. I might have to catch it in Texas, so y'all can still hear me. Oh, if I change this, I'm gonna lose challenge.
Here to compete, and I'm not targeting you whatsoever. I'm not going to let her know that I am upset because I want to keep my enemies close. I didn't even want that lineup. I didn't want to put Nicole in, and I hope you understand and see
Oh,
why
but
I
let's
put
see
you
if we
in.
can
I know my
find.
next step is to befriend
Let me show you the
Kayla
beauty of
and show her that she
channels.
can trust me. But
Now,
ultimately, I don't trust her. Yeah,
I probably have
same
to
for
go
you.
back. But I'm gonna get these channels right. Go to live TV. I am Lavelle. I'm gonna kill you. You got me hooked on this shit like crack. Let's see if I can find Big Brother. Now I'm not gonna come in the middle of it, so I'm gonna have to wait to give me the next time zone. Let me see. I can watch Honolulu and Alaska like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I ain't trying to do all of that. I wanna get it with the rest of the country. Yes, I am hooked on these channels. Okay, let's see what Texas, Austin, Texas, let's see what they got. Oh no, it might be over, because that's 1 hour here. Okay. Let's see what's playing. And so no, it takes like the TV guide and all that to look a little minute to load. But hooked on the damn. This is like crack. Okay, so can't find Big Brother on there. So I'm gonna get out of Austin. So who else over there? Nevada or yeah, ain't Colorado over there? Oh, let's see Los Angeles. Let's see about Los Angeles. Let's see. I'm gonna find Big Brother tonight, honey, and that's how they say it, Big Brother. This might be Big Brother. Hold on. Let's see.
Georgie and Mandy's first marriage is on the way. Part of CBS Premiere Week on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Remember, this is Paramount Plus, and what you got to pay for it separately. Now, I still got my subscription to Paramount Plus, but I got a sickness addiction to TV. Now, this 60 minutes.
People are complaining about inflation. Voters say it's their #1 issue.
So this 60
Enter
minutes.
Trustbuster Lena
Okay.
Khan,
Hold on.
the youngest
So
chair ever of the Federal Trade
10,
Commission,
yeah.
just 32 when she was named. She says much
I
of
mean,
the
it's
blame
gonna
for
come
the
on
exorbitant
12,
prices
11
on
or
everything
12.
from food to concert tickets is widespread corporate consolidation.
So let me see if I can
The
find the
FTC's
bottom.
mission is breaking illegal monopolies, blocking mergers that
Oh, that's what I would be telling you about
and protecting
monopolies
consumers
and
from
how
a
they break
system
them up, how the law
that
breaks them up.
is rigged against them.
Damn, so that's on 60 Minutes. But I was telling you about monopolies and how the government breaks up monopolies or whatever. Look at your 60 Minutes, your local 60 Minutes. Then I'm looking for something else. What about New Mexico? Albuquerque. Let's see what they got. the chance.
So last. No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired brown brushes hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
Okay, y'all, we got 10 orders coming in. Starting a business is never easy, but starting at 8 months pregnant, that's a different story.
What I need is a map that breaks up
People were showing
the
up left and right, and so did our business needs. The Chase e-card
the
made it
time
easy.
zone.
When you
Ooh, that
go for
looks
something
good.
big like this, your kids see that, and they believe they can do the same.
Earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase with the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
I know it's not exactly what we had in mind.
That sucks, but it's still better than living with my mother. Still better.
George and Felix First Marriage, Thursday, October 17th, CBS Premiere Week on CBS.
CBS Sunday, October 6th.
Because I can tell kind of by the commercials if they got if it's Big Brother whatever one, because the commercials would be more.
Don't miss a minute of the drama in the Big Brother house. Watch the live feed 24/7 on Paramount Plus and Pluto TV.
Yeah.
Now that I've won HOH, I've got to put people up for eviction.
Now she
And
done
I'm
HOH?
working pretty closely with Chelsea and Cam, so I don't want to touch them. So I have 2 sets of duos to choose from. But I want to make the best strategic move to
Yeah,
make sure
I'm
I'm
fine,
sitting there.
but I'm coming in the middle of it. So that means I got to go to the next.
Kimo and I are on an island of our own. So hopefully we're no longer seen as a threat, and Mackenzie will see that there are way bigger fish to fry in this house. Mackenzie needs to be going after someone like Angela.
And Leah. Thank you.
Basically anyone else. So come on, Mackenzie. Let's go fishing.
This is so weird.
We're so close to the end. I don't want to go back up on the block. With Mackenzie winning HOH, I feel like my odds are 50-50. She might put me up, but over the last couple of weeks, we have been growing closer, and she did use that veto on me. So I'm feeling hopeful.
They've been saving your ass since day one. Sick of her ass.
That's weird. Now that Mackenzie has won, I really want to have a conversation with her about Angela and Leah.
Yes.
Angela has not only gotten the veto used on her multiple times, but she's won several comps. And Leah's greatest asset in this game is her ability to deflect. She has talked about how everybody else is a threat in this game, but nobody seems to see and realize she has yet to touch the block. So if anybody is a major threat in this game, it's Leah.
It's only going to get harder, but I think we all know how much we love and appreciate each other. How do you feel?
How do you feel?
I feel so many things.
I wonder what game that she played.
Rubina and I have to figure out how to move forward in this game without T-Core.
I know. I didn't like T-Core. I'm gonna watch this again because I'm gonna just go to another time zone after this is over. But I didn't like T-Core ass because she was instrumental in sending Cedric home. Y'all can go look at Cedric and see why I want that little baby to be sent home. He was real sweet and smart. And like he was trying to, you know.
You want a specific person to stay as HOH. Mackenzie will find out.
I feel like Chelsea's a tough card to read because, in my opinion, she's just kind of playing both sides of the house. She's someone that I definitely view as a threat in this game.
Oh, you got to go.
By her getting very close with Mackenzie.
You got to go, bitch. You got to go. Now you talking about Chelsea and shit, and y'all supposed to be cool. You got to go, bitch. You got to go. You got to go. Nope. Devil is a liar. Helper.
Oh, an apple. An apple. That one's looking the best. I can roll.
harassed the
Ain't this some shit? That bitch.
Even though I really trust Mackenzie, I am worried that eventually she'll end up choosing Kim and Chelsea over me or Angela. I've been seeing her get closer to Chelsea recently, and that just makes me want to get closer to Mackenzie and buddy up with her just to make sure that Angela and
Shit,
I are
I'm talking about.
safe for another week.
That's why the people on the challenge don't trust the people on Big Brother when they come to this challenge to play. That's why it's an issue. Yeah, it's time for y'all to go because y'all done blew up people game and shit like that for no reason because you paranoid and crazy. Your ass down some fucking way. Ain't nobody fucking with you. Just, I mean, the nice little Filipino boy. Fuck this game up because they paranoid and crazy. Ooh.
Are you guys feeling this?
You get 5% cash back in any category you choose. Really? Every single month?
Yeah, they should get all into it. Yes, I do.
Is it too sexy?
And it keeps my info safe, even if the
I
show eliminates
love
me.
being
This is fresh squeeze. Give me a break, Logan.
Yes. Yes.
You see what I did there?
Kill it. Kill it. Remember the kids used to kill it his head. Kill it. Kill it. They need to come up with a decent, a nice, decent dance other than anything shaking your booty and twerking and shit. But decent.
Every day. Just
No.
soak, activate, and wash.
No.
To clean, tone, and refresh. That's a 3 times better clean. Olay! A Chewy pharmacy order is en route for Summit, who loves the outdoors. So her parents use Chewy to save 20% on their first order of flea and tick meds. Delivered fast so Summit never misses a dose. For an adventure. For quality meds. For life with pets. There's Chewy.
HCM is a serious heart condition affecting as many as 1 in 200 people. Like me.
It can impact how you feel and what you can do.
I still felt tired on my beta block.
They be killing me
So I talked to my
with
cardiologist.
About treatment advances in HCM.
coming up with all these different.
That conversation was big for him.
Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Diseases and illnesses and shit that with acronyms and shit like that, and you don't know what it is. Like, you know me, I'm a hypochondriac. Oh, I got it.
Hot industry in a Larry Parker investigation.
It's a scene right out of the old West, where great and desperados roam the territory with little fear of retribution.
Insiders say it's an industry plagued by a thriving black market and flagrant lawlessness.
I think it's absolutely dangerous. Right now, we've really got chaos.
Larry Parker investigates. Tuesday at 10 on KRQE News 13.
The industry's running amok at this point. This clinic saved my life. When I got home from active duty, the Gallup VA clinic gave me the care that I needed. Years later, the VA had plans to close us down, and it would have forced us veterans to travel out of state for care. Senator Heinrich came to meet with us. He listened to us. He really listened. Senator Heinrich said that he would do everything in his power to keep our clinic open, and he kept his promise.
I'm Martin Heinrich, and I approve this message.
What is GMFB?
I'm looking at TV with the Mexicans, honey.
Breaking down the NFL.
Yes.
5 days a week. It's okay to be excited. It's stats, predictions, analysis, and in-depth interviews.
And you know what, JB them and Terry them and all them type people that do they shows and shit, whatever. They have new people, younger people that's doing the same kind of, football breakdowns or whatever. I don't know what to call it.
NCIS is all new CBS Monday, October 14th, part of CBS Premiere.
This is a game, but the most important thing is to make sure I'm at the top. You don't gotta lie all of it.
I do not watch.
It would probably help me to be
I wouldn't watch the Sun.
I don't want
It don't look
people
like.
to know my military experience. I want everybody
just a mom. I just don't want to go like that. You lie to everybody.
You're holding a grudge against me?
Oh no, I might watch it, but I won't watch Survivor. I won't watch Survivor. I don't watch no nasty ass people get thin and look dirty.
Think about the pictures. I did. Free? I mean, it is weird because, like, house guests, please join me in the living room.
Oh no. Here we freaking go.
Good morning, humans. Hi. My former protege, Janky, gave you a week of ice cream, pizza, and fun. He was much too easy on you. But don't worry. What? I found a robot who won't go easy on you at all.
Zumba.
Come to the kitchen! Lauren! What's he gonna say?
Zigbot is the iconic Big Brother robot that comes every single year simply to roast the house guests. We are going crazy because we know when Zigbot is here, this is a big deal. So get ready for the roast.
Anything he says is true.
Usually my job is very hard, but you guys make it very easy. Look at all this AI in here. Annoying imbeciles. Here's a love limerick I wrote. There once was a man they called Tucker, and Rubina told him to pack her. But once they kissed, the house got pissed, and then they evicted them.
Ooh.
Zigbot did gotta get that one right. That's a good thing.
Yeah, all this cussing on TV, but they.
It's great news that you're a mattress salesperson, since every time you're on the show, you put viewers to sleep.
Oh.
Sending all my aloha. Zing.
Oh, they call him boring.
I hear that you're a certified chubby chaser. So your dream guy would be overweight and a certified dummy chaser.
Oh, yeah. She like fat guys.
Dummy chaser. I have no words. Think of it. Zigbot is so cool.
True. He had the audacity to call me a dummy. I never claimed to be the smartest, crayon in the box. Wow. Think I came to love.
I have a scary story to tell about the beast of Big Brother. This disgusting creature's giant feet could snap your spine. Its massive jaws would rip your head clean
Cam.
off. And eyewitnesses claim this monster was 12 feet tall. Oh, there it is! Oh, wait, that's just Mackenzie.
Oh, Mackenzie. Oh, I thought it was Cam.
Always got the toes out, and the toes are so dirty. The bottom of her feet look like my skin.
I'll take it, whatever.
Now, I will take you all on a guided meditation.
Cam.
And never say anything of substance.
Cam.
I call this technique the Cam.
Oh, that is so cold. Oh, I wonder what she say for the rest of them.
He's a cute high floater, but a floater nonetheless.
Hold on, y'all laughing a little too hard in here. It ain't that funny. No substance is crazy. No thought in my head is crazy. No impact, okay. You know, that's okay. That's on me.
Chelsea!
Oh no.
I admire your faith. But unfortunately, you don't have a prayer with him.
Oh, and she like Cam. Oh, and she like Cam.
Oh. Zingbot was feeling nasty.
Oh, that's cold as hell.
No, I don't want it. I wrote a song that's just like you.
I'm so afraid.
An annoying oldie.
Oh no.
Check it out. Angela is melting down, melting down, melting down.
Oh my God.
Is melting down, can't stop crying.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my God. Oh my God. She gonna be crying in a few. She gonna cry.
Why do you have to do her like that? She's an elder. She is a mom.
I don't know what Angela did to make Zingbot mad. That baby, that was bad.
Oh my God. Zingbot is 2 seconds away from her being like crazy eye, crazy eye, crazy eye.
She gonna cry. She gonna take that to heart because she crazy.
Zingbot, you can kiss my ass. That was awesome.
So long, dirtbags.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy. He roasted the hell out of them. Ooh, Cam told us you have a chance. I know that's right, Cam. Get your woman. But at first you want to fill it up, but that ain't my business.
Well, that's another check on my bucket list of Big Brother.
I love this show, y'all.
You got a song. You're obsessed? No. That's cool, you got a song.
And yeah, and there's only ever one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at her. She was gonna cry.
She's on
Acting.
the verge of tears. Not handling it well. The last thing we need is another blow up from Angela.
I told you.
Angela, everybody knows you're not a creep. Only fight about it.
I told she gonna cry. She gonna take it in. She crying. What I told you. That's crazy. If they don't put her ass up on that, she would have been Only reason I would have kept her around is that she's she'll be somebody that I can get rid of when I need to,
Deal days is coming October 8th and
when I don't want to throw out like somebody I like at the house or whatever. Well, her motherfucking ass, hell no. And acting fool and going off on people. breaking down and stuff. That robot came out and told about her ass.
Here, try secret.
But in a song.
It doesn't leave an icky residue, and it actually gives me
You sneak this some motherfucking ass robot tied up.
whole body
Yeah.
deodorant. Beyond covering grays, my color needs to suit me, my skin, my complexion. New
Then they
Excellence
told
News by
her
L'Oreal
that
Paris.
they, you think you trying to prove you gonna win this thing, it's never gonna happen.
New Excellence News by L'Oreal Paris.
But I don't know. She done hit a household several times.
You might be used to living
She
with
done
your
got
computer
a
asthma rescue inhaler, but it's a bit of a
a
dinosaur
veto.
because it only treats your symptoms, not inflammation. Treating both symptoms and inflammation with rescue is supported by asthma experts. Finally, there's a modern way to treat symptoms and asthma attacks. Air Supra is the first ever dual-action rescue inhaler that treats your asthma symptoms and helps prevent attacks. Air Supra is the only rescue FDA approved to do both. Air Supra is an as-needed rescue inhaler and should not be used as a maintenance treatment for asthma. Get medical help right away if your breathing does not improve, continues to worsen, or for serious allergic reactions. Using Air Supra more than prescribed could be life-threatening. Serious side effects include heart problems, increased risk of thrush, or infections.
Breathing issues. But
Welcome to the modern age of dual-action asthma rescue. Ask your doctor if Air Supra is right for you.
I've had it because
NFL and CBS streams live on Paramount Plus. Good choice.
No, it's a cheeseburger.
There's
no way I can get a burger cup.
No chance.
Fit Shop Med Spa helps its clients lose 5 to 10 inches around their midsection, arms, back, inner thighs in as little as 1 to 2 months using FDA-approved methods that require no surgery, no downtime, no pain, just results. FitShopNM.com. Fit Shop.
As a doctor, I took an oath to help anyone that needs it. But Yvette Harrell believes that women who are victims don't deserve care. Harrell supported a national ban on all abortions, with no exceptions.
I wish we could have eliminated all abortion in this state.
And Harrell pushed prison time for women who get abortions.
Mexico
Even rape victims.
politics.
Yvette Harrell is wrong. Women deserve care, not prison. HMP is responsible for the content of this ad.
This clinic saved my life. When I got
hate it
home
when
from
the
active
advertising-
duty, the
advertising
Gallup
don't
VA
tell you
clinic
if
gave me the care that I needed. Years later,
they're
the VA had plans to
Republican or
close us down,
Democrat,
and it would have forced us veterans
Yeah, then you
to
have to do your
travel out of
homework.
state for care. Senator
Get your stuff
Heinrich came to
together
meet with
before
us.
you
He
go to
listened
the-
to us.
to
He
the,
eagerly
poll.
listened. Senator Heinrich
And
said that he would do
whatever,
everything in his
so you
power
can't
to keep our clinic open, and he
rely
kept his promise.
on,
I'm Mark
and I would
Heinrich,
rely
and I
on
approve
period.
this
Other
message.
people that be up there with the little card that tell you, trying to tell you to vote for, hey, these are all the Democrats, hey, these are all the Republicans.
Using FDA-approved methods that require no surgery, no downtime, just results.
Vote down the ballot.
FitShopNM.com. Fit Shop.
New Mexico Ford dealers. BuyFordNow.com.
You find people, right?
I'm gonna do everything I can.
Blame the veil, y'all.
Aren't you, Mr. Puffy?
I'm here to help you.
Return CBS Sunday, October 13th, kicking off CBS Premiere Week.
No matter how hard you try, there is no such thing as a clean slate.
Miscellaneous Origins premieres CBS Monday, October 14th. Part of CBS Premiere Week and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Don't miss a minute of the drama in the Big Brother house. Watch the live feed 24/7 on Paramount Plus and Pluto TV.
You know one thing I never tried? I never tried to make her use her as a some type of
I've been wanting to be head of household for a long time.
not in a
We are now in the jury phase of the
Not
game,
like in a-
so I want to make a
curry
big move, but I've
gravy
got to do it without making too many waves in the house.
Obviously, I'm gonna play this game.
so they're gonna put chemo up as a pawn.
For another week in a row? Ah, please no. I'm worried that sitting next to Angela could send me home. I mean, somehow Angela is still not being perceived as the threat that she is in this house. I'm scared.
We have your back. I have your back. We're gonna make it. You know how long I waited for this.
Chemo is going on. However, I'm going to put you up as a pawn. I don't want you gone.
At this point, I feel like Angela is the best person to target this week. She's been building a resume with comp wins, and people have been saving her off the block, including myself. Nobody thinks that she'll win at the end of this. But in reality, she's a huge threat to us all.
I hate this, but I do think everybody has her back. So that's the way I'm going to go.
I don't want to go up. This is number 6. I may not be so lucky this time. I'm literally.
Now she crying again, y'all.
I'm pretty shook. I don't know what's going on with her. The difference between Mackenzie and myself is that I would make big moves right now, and she's not.
I guess I was hopeful just because I feel like I'm showing you heart and how much I love you. I know we have your back. You know what it was? Keep on Angela. I feel like Angela needs to go. Angela needs to go. I finally made your age. I know how long I think she's a smart one to call because she's going to prioritize Leo over you. And now you have HOL, you have a couple comps under your belt. Ander's going to look at you sideways. And Leah's going to look at you sideways.
My ideal preference is to see Leah and Angela up
Right.
next to each other. I don't know if Mackenzie's willing to take the shot, so I'm hoping to plant some seeds, see where her head is at, and see if she's willing to make a big move.
She ain't gonna put she,
If I did that, then she went home. Yeah. But I went to another. That's fair. That's why chemo here. Yeah, but if I don't put chemo up, that's Leah. And I think that Angela's target. She can be pissed.
I know that Chelsea wants Leah out of this house, but I do not want to be the one that pulls that trigger. If I were to put her up as a nominee, I'm scared I would not have her vote as a juror.
I'm down for however you want me to vote.
I'm happy that Mackenzie wants to put Angela up on the block, but Leah needs to be seeing the block too.
But-
I'm gonna need some backup, so hopefully Cam can help me out here.
No. Y'all putting it too fast. Put this up. Put it up like this. Like Mackenzie has it. Angela and Chemo. If one of the motherfuckers win that veto, then she'll have somebody put up.
Cam and I are on the same page about what needs to happen. So
With,
right now we just need to figure out a
that girl.
smart strategy and an angle to take to try
Put
to get
Leah
Leah
up.
out of this house as soon as possible.
I am coming for Leah and Angela's head in this game. No more playing nice. Don't you forget. Half holy, half hood, half righteous, half ratchet. And she's pulling out the hood and ratchet side.
You shouldn't have did that, Chelsea, because if you go from, if you there, they're not gonna give you the.
She only has loyalty to Angela. And nobody else. So she's willing to tell anybody else anything.
I'm making one last effort to convince Mackenzie that Leah needs to go this week. She's playing this game really well, and no one seems to notice. And I'm afraid if she sticks around a little bit longer and she has power, she's going to try to get me out.
This
She is.
will express loyalty to whoever has power that week. And she had fun too in Brooklyn. They were called the It Girls.
For real?
Yeah. Brooklyn and I had like an agreement.
Yeah.
And like we called ourselves like the It Girls.
Yeah.
And we would always like, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
She's having that dirt my age with me. Joseph and her.
She said that she'd never have anything with Joseph.
Yes, she did. And then her and Quinn. And me and Joseph, for example, like he always would be like, you know, I'm never gonna go against you in this game, and try to get me into a final too.
Chelsea.
She tried to have me and her.
Chelsea.
She's never you and her. She's never
never with me either.
Oh,
She's never
see?
approached me for a final two.
So
Well, she's kind of insinuated, she's like, I can see this at the end. And I'm like, okay.
Same. And she's
But
always been like,
there's never like a,
I'm gonna look up for you to the end.
yeah, there's never like a, let's do this. Like, I don't do it. Absolutely not. Leah is playing a better game than I thought, and she is also the only person who has yet to see the block. So, since she wants to be buddy-buddy with everybody, maybe it's time for her to cozy up with the nomination chair.
They gonna put up there because every time they show them saying that, the people never go up there. No, I don't know. But if one of them win that HOH, that's what you got to. And the one when that veto, you got to think about that because they'll take themselves off that block. Then you can put that girl on there. You can put because Angela is lucky as hell, honey. Winning when she needs to win and getting off that block when she needs to get off that block. I'm just saying, I wouldn't do it. Don't listen to Chelsea and Red. Chelsea's been pretty decent. Not right now.
New and existing customers can trade in any phone in any condition and get iPhone 16 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
Vicks
Now,
Vapor Stick
Travis,
provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors.
You know, Travis
Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks Vapor Stick. And try new Vapor Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Meals for just $7.99. Never does it make you choose between a good deal and feeling good about what you eat. Our melty chicken bacon rancher and
I don't know what to do with that situation. You be on some bipolar shit. I was like, I don't know. Bipolar ain't on me.
You just never know. See things online, you just don't know if they're going to work.
This is going to be powerful enough, and am I actually going to see substantial results from it?
My dermatologist recommended Nutrafol. It's 100% drug-free and clinically tested.
Within 3 months, my hair is fuller, it's longer, it's thicker.
It's so nice to be noticed for my hair after hiding it for so many years.
Try the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com.
Class dismissed.
Don't sit in courses you've already taken.
Class
At University of Phoenix, you can save time by transferring prior eligible college credits. Plus, there's a transfer scholarship that can help you save money. Earn your degree at University of Phoenix.
CBS celebra el mes de la herencia hispana. CBS celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month.
Alliances, that's how you win games.
The normal rules do not apply on TV.
to make more money in this game is going to get me to be more evil.
So I'll be totally different. And I'll probably just be out because you want to get no line. So after a while, you're going to have to lie and turn on each other and all that bullshit. Who she going to put up, y'all? Who y'all think she going to put up? Angela and Leah?
Hey everyone, it's time for the nominations.
Or Angela and Chemo? What are they going to do?
This is a nomination ceremony.
Oh, my nerves bad.
It is my responsibility as the head of household to nominate 2 house guests for eviction. In my nomination block are the keys of the house guests I am nominating for eviction. I will turn 2 keys to lock in my nominations, and their faces will appear on the memory wall. The first house guest I have nominated is
Angela. Oh, Chemo. Oh, then Angela. Leah.
The next house guest I have nominated is
I'm going to pass off as Leah. Or Angela. Right.
I have nominated you, Chemo, and you, Angela. First off, I want to say that I love both y'all dearly. I want to give y'all the chance to compete in the veto competition. I hope y'all can understand how difficult this decision was for me. And with that, this nomination ceremony is adjourned. I know Chelsea wanted me to put Leah up as a nominee, but I stuck to my plan of getting Angela out this week. I do need Leah out eventually, but right now she is a number for me, and I do believe she'll protect me next week. So I'm not going to be the one that touches her. Someone else will have to take that shot.
Sitting on the block next to Angela is terrifying. I mean, not only is she immortal in this game, she also has this power to convince people that she is not a threat. And she's won 2 HOHs and a veto herself. So I feel like I absolutely need to gut for this veto and win to take myself off the block and not have to worry about any of that.
I am on the block again, but at this point, I am no stranger to this feeling. I've been here many times before, 6 times to be exact, so you never know what could happen.
Damn, did she hold a record?
Too hard all season, so I am not going home now. Plus, winning back-to-back vetoes sounds pretty good to me. I understand why Mackenzie wants Angela out of the house. However, I think Leah is a bigger threat, so I need to win this veto to ensure that Leah going on the block this week is still an option.
Who will win the power of veto? And will it be used to save either Angela or Chemo from eviction? Plus, what trick does Ainsley have up her simulated sleeve? Find out Wednesday night at 9:30, 8:30 Central on a special 90-minute episode of Big Brother.
I told you he said like that. Big brother. Oh my God. Hold on. So let me see. I'm gonna release y'all, baby. I have to watch this for myself.
From the brains behind the Big Bang Theory and your show, say hello to Georgie.
So that was where were we? We were in New Mexico, so I'm not going to California. California knows how to party. California.
Stay right here on CBS
So anyway,
for the special premiere sneak peek of my new
yeah.
series, Matlock.
Right now.
All right, Timothy. It is go time, brother. Okay, now I need to be upstairs in 5.
Oh no.
Make that 3
Hold
minutes.
on.
Sorry, is he darn cheap? I don't know whether to swipe it or
Which
tap
means I need to know the ceiling, okay? The absolute ceiling that your guys are willing to pay.
Sorry, you know what? I'll just get cash.
This is on me. I'll take a toll trip, and you can keep the change. 23. Great. Which means I'm going to close at 19, so your mind your bosses how much I saved them when they try to fight my bill.
So damn slow. Okay, so not California yet. Let's go okay. I need a damn map, a damn geographical map. Nope. Spokane over there with down to.
Oh dear. I got you. Oh, well, this is the day of kind gestures. I can't thank you enough. May I offer you one? My grandmother loves these. It's biological. We get a certain age and we start buying them. Believe you me. It's biological. We get a certain age and it's called campus, please.
Do we have a shot spot over there? No, nothing. Did they take it down already?
That was dispatcher audio of officers Saturday night responding to an armed robbery in the back of the Yards neighborhood, where armed robbers shot a 19-year-old in his head as he was walking out of a gas station. He's in serious condition tonight. First responders who have relied on the service for years now appear to be in the dark on what happens next.
Yakima. Where is Yakima?
Shows that even though I'm an equity partner now, I'm still one of you, a regular partner at heart, if not in salary.
Nebraska.
If you paint it all, you know how much time goes into every single one of these pieces, and they're beautiful, and it just the.
Unlawful mischief, and resisting arrest. The two are being held with bail at Northwest State Correctional Facility while they await their trial. Also today in St. Albans, an armed robbery brings a heightened police presence to the city. The clerk.
Columbia.
We are following the investigation into Columbus Animal Care and Control and
I'm Olivia Hickey. Olivia, thank you for that live report. Now we're going to turn things over to meteorologist Allison Black for a look at the forecast. Happy fall, Allison. There's no one that's been more excited about it than you. And
rescue units is when we're covering an area, we can't cover as large of an area.
Virginia Beach Life-Saving Services Tom Gill says there's a dangerous surge along.
These shooters, finding shooters and getting them off our streets. That will require
especially in the afternoons. But it's also going to give us a chance for some showers in the
life area of Birmingham, Alabama, leaving victims caught in the crossfire Saturday night.
There was an individual there who was targeted.
Peoria. That's not far.
Say the measure can't possibly pass, and that Republicans are aiding pollution over public safety. Kelly Blue Book says the average new EV costs more than $55,000 compared to more than. For the family, this is a reminder of why they want him off the force. 2016 body camera footage shows the moment Officer William Martin responded.
I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor tracks your glucose in real time.
And
over time, it can help lower your A1C. This is progress. Learn more and try for free at Freestyle.
No.
Stories like you're not telling me.
This sucks a big one.
Sprinkles through parts of North Alabama and Georgia earlier. Now not seeing.
And no, some over him by us. I see Jacksonville on their weather.
We'll likely not see any activity through much of the next couple of days.
Jacksonville, Georgia.
Here, where we see more of that shower and thunderstorm coverage, but what we're watching still is this convection right here. This is going to be our tropical system that makes its way into the Gulf of Mexico in the days ahead. So be alert as we continue watching this. Tomorrow, we're going to be seeing a similar day, the sunny to partly cloudy skies, temperatures around the lower 90s yet again. I'll be sure to have more details on that tropical system in a few minutes, McKenna.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Ryan.
Oh, that's only the country that she speaks.
Troy University's Board of Trustees have rejected Chancellor Dr. Jack Hawkins' resignation. Earlier this month, Hawkins announced his plans to retire after more than 30 years as Troy's chancellor. The board met yesterday and unanimously decided not to accept his resignation. Instead, they asked Hawkins reconsider his decision and continue to lead the university. Also in Troy, leaders held a ribbon cutting for the school's new Center for Materials and Manufacturing Sciences. This is a research.
Well, Monterey is Atlanta. Let's see what's on the news in Atlanta.
More trauma recovery centers.
So we want to make sure that these trauma centers have wraparound services for the families so that they can go to and people can understand and care about the things that they need.
Okay.
But some people that we talk
that A and F that be on YouTube.
And changing the gun laws. The Georgia Second Amendment responded just moments ago to us, saying in part, quote, "We applaud the effort to curb the gang violence, but insist that it be done without infringing the rights of law-abiding firearm owners." Now, activists say these certainly are conversations that we need to have, especially in light of all the gun violence we're seeing across the country.